A sack of potatoes, 1 bag of potatoes. 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 A sack of potatoes.
And I am live. I just realized I was muted. No face cam for today because I look like a mess. I am Multi-Topic Talk, and we talk about politics tonight. Question period is back. Yes, we talk about Canadian politics on this channel. We will also cover Pierre Poilievre leadership review. He also had a speech in the convention that we will get through. And yeah, that's the plan. Let's cover question period. What will be the platform of the Conservative in a potentially 2026 election that we will eventually get? I also ended up reading basically the platform of the Conservative that they traded for the convention that is going on right now. We won't go over the document because it's like 63 page and so much things. You can do an entire stream just talking about what they want to do, what's the plan of the Conservative. So for all of the liberals out there that say, oh, Conservatives don't have a plan, go at their website and you will see they have a plan. Anyhow, this was the start of it. So now we will get into the question periods because this is what happened first this week, and then we will cover the speech and the leadership review. So we will start with January 26th question period. I wasn't able to find the one from Friday, so we won't cover the one from Friday. I don't know what happened there. Maybe they decided they'd skip that day because of the convention. I don't know. So let's get into it. I will also timestamp the stream for anyone that hop in after the stream. So yeah, that's right now. That's what I'm doing. I'm timestamping stuff, and we got the video ready. The video we will be covering first, being January 26th. So let's get into it. These question period are quite long, so we won't cover the entire question period. We will basically listen to the leaders, and yeah, sometimes the leader is not around because the convention happened. So yeah, let's get into it. There we go. Boom. The way to do it, because there's no face cam, we can actually maximize that. Boom. We will also enlarge everything, supersize everything, folks. So let's play this first question period. Let's get into it.
Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Canadians deserve affordable groceries. But today, we have learned that food inflation in Canada is by far the highest in the G7. It's growing twice as fast as in the US, and food inflation has doubled since this Prime Minister came to power. These are, if it truly were external factors behind this, we wouldn't be the worst in the G7. When will the Prime Minister reverse his deficit inflationary taxes so that Canadians can have affordable groceries? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to be back. And this Monday we have good news. The Canadian Groceries and Essentials benefits will help 12 million Canadians And my Conservative friends are happy in their hearts, Mr. Speaker, because they know this represents roughly $1,800 for a family of 4 and roughly $950 for a single person this year. The Liberals support this and Canadians do. Will the Conservatives do as well?
So, basically, this first question was going after the cost of living or groceries in this specific case, because we all know how expensive the food is. The Conservative idea is it's because of the Liberals, their regulation, their laws, their taxes. And the Liberal approach is let's send people money because they like gifts, but we won't tell them it's coming from their pocket and from our taxes. So this is the strategy right now, and the Conservative, they have been hammering home the same message for months. They had the same platform in 2025 during the election, and they lost the election because Donald Trump bad. And you know what? I'm very scared because maybe, just maybe, Canada is still very stupid and they will fall into the same trap if we get a 2026 election. Finger crossed the Conservative can really gather some support everywhere except Quebec. I think Quebec is cooked. Quebec is doomed. And you know what? For the first time in my life, I am from Quebec, and for the first time in my life, I want Quebec to separate. And it's really because you folks deserve a better government than whatever Quebec has been voting for years. Because Quebec are the reason the Liberals have such a big hold on power. It's so awful and disgusting. And yet Quebec is still never happy. Quebec still wants to separate. So that's the idea. And you see, the first question is in French as well because Quebec. Quebec, Quebec, Quebec. Always Quebec. It all goes back to Quebec. Now, the other thing I will address is, to be honest, Jean-Philippe François Champagne, the guy that just spoke, the whatever minister weasel guy that's the camera is froze on right now. He should be PM. He should be Prime Minister. You know why? Because he actually shows up in Parliament in question period. We got Mark Carney right now, nowhere to be seen, nowhere to be found. Our PM doesn't bother coming in Parliament and being questioned. He doesn't like it. He only pretends to be our PM. He likes the world stage, all of the meetings and all of the fuel that he burns with his jet. Then he comes back here and tells us about climate change while he basically fly all around the globe with something that destroyed the environment. But let's just look elsewhere because Canadians are really gullible. So I know the line of questioning of the Conservative, and they will basically go back at it. But you know what? We will still listen to the second question, and then we will move on to the next leader in this question period.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, after food inflation has doubled under this Prime Minister, and with the worst food inflation in the G7, the checks that the Liberals are announcing today won't even pay for just one grocery shop.
And it's
yes,
even
reality
more
is that the
inflation
average family will have to
because we don't have
spend
that money.
$17,000 a year for grocery costs. When will the Prime Minister reverse his taxes and inflationary deficits so that Canadians can eat? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, first and above all, we would like to all express our solidarity with the Leader of the Opposition in this decisive week for him. I am certain he'll be able to convince a majority of his constituents to support his leadership. Second, we welcomed his openness with respect to the legislative measures before this House. And there is a bill That is the Prime Minister's plan for our economy to create jobs and opportunities in Canada. Can he give us a date when we'll be able to vote third reading of the Budget Implementation Act?
Speaker, Canadians deserve affordable groceries, but under this Prime Minister's watch, food price.
So now they set up the narrative that the Conservative may end up saying, no, we don't want to support your plan to build Canada. And that's why he ended with, will the Conservatives support us? Because that's the platform of the Liberal. Conservative bad, and we are the solution, even if we were in power for 10 years and we didn't do anything. We are the solution. We are Liberals, right? Right? It drives me nuts. So that's the third question. We won't go into it because it will basically repeat what he said in French. And now we will move on to the next guy. And I will also say that Stephen McKinnon is also there in the House. So I want him to be PM, not Marxist Carney, because at least he's there. So now that's the Bloc. I can't believe what I'm saying. The Bloc is actually more impactful than the NDP. This is how bad Canadian politics are all now.
Expecting this government and this House to support them.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers and French Canadians learned something new last Thursday. According to the Prime Minister, the Battle of the Plains of Abraham was not a conquest by the English, it was the beginning of a great partnership. According to him, the ancestors of Quebecers and English Canadians rose from the battlefield that morning and said to each other, guys, let's stop fighting, celebrate our differences, and build Canada. Mr. Speaker, if the Prime Minister wants to create some new heritage minutes, will he review his history rather than rewrite it? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, English Canadians and French Canadians built a very great country, one that is the best in the world. We created great prosperity and mutual respect for our official languages and human rights, Mr. Speaker. No one, not the Bloc, will minimize this accomplishment. Nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to work with what concerns Quebecers, i.e. affordability, job creation, prosperity creation together, Mr. Speaker.
So the line of questioning here was basically to highlight how out of touch Marxist Carney is, because this is all I call the guy, Marxist Carney. By the way, I am reading Values. It's sickening. It talks about freaking surveillance state. I can't believe we got that guy in power right now. Well, actually, it's Canada, and we are about to become China, 24th province. So maybe it all makes sense somewhere, sometime. Anyway, so the Bloc questioning is like, oh yeah, our PM is out of touch, and the Bloc, they know the Quebecers are Quebecers. They are people that are basically under English dominion, and we want to break away from that because Quebec should be a country. And that's the line of questioning there. It's really saying that PM doesn't understand Quebec. And you know what's funny? She's right. I'm sure Mark Carney doesn't realize Quebec, they want to separate because the country is being flooded by immigration, and we want to protect the French language. But under a liberal regime, which Quebec helped placing, but under a liberal regime, forget about that. The language will die. So yeah, it's just fascinating. We live in a very weird moment where Quebec voted in a lot of liberals, yet they want a new referendum. And the last time we had a referendum, guess what? The liberals were in power back then. So I see history repeats itself. It's just fascinating. Let's do this. Let's separate Quebec. We will let Canada survive. Canada can live without us. I'm telling you, like, a lot of our debt is because of Quebec. Quebec is a welfare state. You don't want a welfare state in your big country. I predict that if Quebec becomes a country, eventually we will be annexed by freaking the USA because we will run away from Canada. I'm telling you, it will happen eventually. But yeah, referendum, please. Now we will move on to around the ending because the block will actually we will listen to the second question of the block because we want to hammer it home. The Liberals, they don't understand Quebec.
The
They
honourable
just
member
don't.
for Saint Jean. Mr. Speaker, if you listen to the Prime Minister, when French was banned from being taught in the Maritimes, in Manitoba, in Saskatchewan, in Alberta, and in Ontario, it wasn't to erase us, no. It was to bring us together. When Quebecers were excluded from power and business, it was for their own good. When the founder of Canada said that Louis Riel would be hanged even if all the dogs in Quebec barked in his favor, we just misrepresented his love of pooches. Mr. Speaker, when is this Prime Minister going to learn our history for real? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, she's talking to a Government House Leader that is the proud ancestor of Scottish immigrants who studied in French in Prince Edward Island, who did his undergrad at the Acadian University in Moncton, and who lives his life in French, and who was elected 4 times in a riding that is 90% francophone. That is possible in Canada when we have mutual respect between Anglophones, and we've created the best country in the world. Vive le Canada.
It's hilarious because when it fits their agenda, it's a post-national state. But when it doesn't fit their agenda, Canada is a great place. Let's be proud Canadian. It just doesn't work, folks. I can't stand the Liberals' way of thinking. Like, the post-national state crap is globalist BS. It's globalist, it's disgusting, and you know what? Quebec is not a post-nationalist country. Quebec is a proud nation. It goes against the idea of globalists. So that's my message out there for anyone that wants Quebec independence. You cannot be on board with the current Liberals that think we should all form one big country. You just cannot align with that. Yet, I can bet some people that will vote in a referendum because it looks good, they will stand by, oh yeah, we are a post-national state. This is how stupid people are. Especially in Quebec. Especially in Quebec. I keep hammering it home. I am a Quebecer, so I know what I talk about. And I know my people are stupid. That's why I want Quebec to separate. Anyway, we heard enough of the block. And the block, again, the second question was telling, yeah, the Liberals, they don't understand our history. They don't understand why we want to separate, which is true. They don't understand it. Because what's their answer? We are proud to be Canadian. You just fuel the desire to separate by saying we are proud Canadian. Like, you tell that to a true person that believes in Quebec independence, and he's telling you, let's be proud Canadian. It's like showing a middle finger. It's like saying, F you. So this is what's going on. The Liberals are so out of touch. And I feel like they think they can get away with it because Quebec is so stupid. They elected 44 members of parliament that are Liberals, really. So I guess now we will move toward the that one is interesting. I think we will have a very unique one from the Conservative. If I'm right, it's about the housing crisis. So let's get into it.
pass these bills today.
The honourable member for Mission Mapsquet Abbotsford.
Mr. Speaker, extortion cases are exploding.
Oh, no,
It's a
that's
full-on
extortion.
crisis. In Surrey alone, police are responding to more than one case a day. Families and small businesses are terrified. Truckers are feeling the heat, and people feel abandoned by Justice Canada. After years of Liberal promises, the results speak for themselves. Crime is up and criminals walk free. Bill C5 and C75 strip mandatory minimums and entrench catch and release policies. When will this government work in good faith with the Conservatives to eliminate mandatory minimums for extortionists and repeal the catch and release laws that are hurting our country?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, it is easy to make mistakes when you read a question that was handed to you from your party's whip, rather than actually do research to understand the facts on the ground. If the honourable member actually surveyed the statistics on violent crime in Canada, he would see the last 2 years there has been a reduction of crime in this country.
That's gaslighting and lies.
Actually made it harder for someone to get bail if they were charged with offences touching on intimate partner violence, and made house arrest impossible for serious charges, including advocating genocide, torture, and murder. Mr. Speaker, we have put forward a plan that is going to treat violent repeat criminals with serious laws that help protect communities against crime. I hope the Conservatives.
So, you know what? I was wrong. That was the justice system. So let's talk about that. What did they do, the Liberals, the so-called Liberals? So last fall, when the House came back from the vacation Carney decided to take, one of the first few bills they introduced was C9, which is a censorship law that would turn us into a communist crapple like the UK. That was one of the first justice bill they tried to pass through. And they did everything they could to force it down Canadian throats. It didn't work because the Conservatives were very efficient. They were very good at blocking that one. Eventually, these so-called Liberals, they realized, oh, our bail system doesn't work. Our current justice system is broken. And you know what? Instead of fixing it the way it should be fixed, let's add more bills on top of whatever is in place right now. And that's the idea of C14, which is a bill they tried to ram through after C9. But what happened is they wanted so badly censorship that they said, you know what? Before we talk about bail reform being C14, I believe. I might be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure it's C14. But before going into C14, they really wanted to force the opposition to let C9 go through a vote. They really wanted that. But you know what? The Conservatives, they stood their ground because they were scared. Like the Bloc would just say, stabby, stabby, I will help the Liberals censoring everyone. So what happened? Well, December happened. They left for the holidays. And C9 didn't pass through. And C14 was still around. But they didn't talk about C14 because the Liberals were hell-bent into forcing down everyone's throat C9. And now what happens? Well, they see their numbers dropping like a stone during the holidays. And they're like, oh, maybe we can be heading toward an election early 2026. So what happened? Once they come back, they say, you know what? We will shelve C9. They didn't say we will delete it or scrap it. They said we will shelve it. So that means they will put it elsewhere. It's still existing somewhere. But they won't talk about it for now. Because they know if they don't do anything, then they will drop even lower in scores. So what happened? Now they started speaking about bail reform, finally at last, just because they want to pretend they are doing something. And now the narrative is work with us because you blocked us from doing anything in the fall. And I will tell this to all of these Liberals out there. If you're a Liberal, I don't think you will watch very long this stream, but still, to all of the liberals out there, when there's an opposition, the job of the opposition is to oppose. Otherwise, we have a uniparty. Do you want China here? Do you want the uniparty of China? I know I don't. And nobody that believes in democracy wants such thing. So the other thing an opposition should do is, like, try, with the support of the House, of course, to pass some laws that could help through motions and through suggested bills, because they cannot really implement bills the same way the government can. So even if the opposition can try its best to steer the ship in the right direction, it's much harder for the opposition than it is for the liberals. And to be honest, each time they tried, they failed. So from the other opposition parties, they don't want to help the conservative getting stuff done, because that means the government is doing something that's actually good. And if they are doing something that's actually good, that means maybe the people will vote again that's in government. So that's why sometimes the opposition doesn't align itself with motions from the conservative and such. Like, that's why the bloc doesn't really always help the conservative. That's why the bloc helps a lot of the liberals. It's because they know if things are getting better, maybe they will lose some votes to the liberals. And I think every party really wants to assert dominance the best they can, so they don't want support to flee. So as long as things are bad, the opposition kind of benefits from it, because if things are bad, that means maybe people will start voting the opposition parties. So again, the only group that really wants to move things along and to really improve Canada are the conservative. Because let's be honest, the Liberals had 10 years, they didn't do anything, things all got worse, and yet they keep destroying the country, but Quebec lets them. It's a disaster. It's a disaster. I have no other word. So I guess now we will be near the end. Okay, so we will have an NDP question here. So that will be the perfect timing.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, families in Edmonton, Strathcona, and across the country cannot wait until June to get help with their groceries. In 2022, the House passed legislation and there was an emergency payment done in weeks. Instead of making Canadians wait for months, will the Prime Minister work with the NDP to get help for Canadians immediately? And, Mr. Speaker, if they are interested in lowering the rate for groceries, will they please take the GST off all grocery essentials, finally impose the price tag and tax excess profits to stop Canadians getting gouged by big corporate interests? Thank you.
So I will pause here before we get the answer. But I think the line of attack of the NDP, they know they are far left and they need to embrace it, and they need to prove everyone they are further left than the Liberals, because I think they really gave up on the right or even the center. So what's going on? They want to suggest communists, basically, where the state decides of the price tag of everything, and they think that's the solution to everything that's wrong. Which is hilarious, because you will create other issues. You will destroy what's left of a somewhat fragile free market. I say that because each province doesn't really want to trade with the other province or even other countries. So I think our free market is slowly dying for years now. And now we got a dragon here, but like things are not connected, so it's glitching. But to go back to the NDP, so the NDP, they are anti-corporation, they are anti-free market. So it's a strategy. I know they will get some of the Liberal vote through that kind of line of questioning, but I think the way of the NDP would just add more gasoline to the fire, because they are more extreme than the Liberals. I don't know, like I think it's a good line of questioning for this party, but I think it's really bad for the country. Like I like, to be honest, I'd rather pick the NDP over the Liberals simply because they didn't get as many scandals, but I think the biggest reason why is because they never formed government. Anyway, NDP so far left. I think they're a lost cause, but hey, people still vote for them, right? Like 7% of Canada vote for them. I really want her to be the next leader. Maybe she will siphon away some of the Liberal support.
The Honourable Minister for Emergency Management and Community Resilience.
Mr. Speaker, this morning the Prime Minister introduced the new Canada Groceries and Essential Benefits. I look forward to...
I will say two things. That lady is so boring. She doesn't know what she's always reading her paper, and it's like so less. It's like someone that didn't really do the homework to really learn the paper. And I just don't understand why someone would vote for it. Maybe that's other boomers are like, we like her because she's our age. I don't know. But now she's highlighting, oh, look, we are doing that rebate on food. That's good. We give free money to, like, the poorest. And it's a double-edged sword. You see, there's no free money like that. Not in the world. It doesn't exist. So that rebate they're talking about, we will pay it in the next budget. Canada will pay it. So they will increase the tax to actually place that rebate in place. And now we got a dragon coming in. We are about to finish the first question period from January 26th. It's near the end. But what I was basically saying is, yeah, the Liberals, because they know there's an election very soon.
I'll be here about a second.
In 2026, because they know that. Because they know that they give free stuff. They give a rebate on food. And they don't say the truth. The truth is, people will pay it through taxes, through inflation, through so many other means. So that Band-Aid is not the solution.
Sorry, by the way, sorry, I got pre-booked from a stream that friend does, and it's a friend of... That discussion's pretty easy. I have the other videos too, by the way.
Perfect.
Well, let me say this about... We have our own problem in the U.S. right now. God, Minnesota, kill me now. I should drag you into...
Join Canada. I've seen it. I'm like, no thanks.
You don't want to look over the stuff over Minnesota?
I don't want Minnesota, folks. We already got Quebec and BC. We don't need more leftists.
By the way, have you heard the evolving narrative that people are trying to flip off? I've heard this from people. I need to send you the Dev video where Dev or some people were beginning to talk about that that they were actually trying to say Trump was trying to ruin Canada and get groups in there to... Did you hear this, Multi? Trump is trying to use subversive groups to infiltrate. I need to find that one video. It comes from a community. They're saying that Trump is intentionally trying to get British Columbia and all these other people to succeed. Anyways.
That's weird. Now,
it's American liberals, by the way.
Dragon.
Yes.
Those who say British Columbia will join with the States, they don't understand Canada.
I know.
From the get-go, I will tell you this. So the map of Canada is, we got two provinces that are center-right or right. I won't say far-right because far-right doesn't really exist in Canada. And the two provinces are Alberta and Saskatchewan. So Alberta is more on the right, except when you go in the big cities like Calgary and Edmonton. These are like the big cities. So these cities will mostly be like Liberal and NDP. They're most likely like far left or center left. But when you go in Saskatchewan, it's more divided because there are more areas the Liberals and the NDP gather support there in Saskatchewan. But I'd say Saskatchewan is probably 60 to 70% conservative as well, and the other like 30 to 40 that's more progressive. Well, we know them, like they are progressive and they are the left. And when you go at most of the other province, so now we speak about Manitoba. I'd say it's probably 20 to 30% conservative. In the next election, they will need to win in that county a lot more than what they have right now. So that province is, I'd say, it's not quite far left, but it's like center left, but like a very solid center left. And then you got Quebec, that's far left. And you got British Columbia, that's the most polarizing province, but they're also very progressive. So like even the conservative in BC are quite special as well. So BC will never truly want to separate from Canada. Like there's no true desire, because BC, I think they, like overall through the years, they were like maybe 10 to 15% NDP. And for example, if they were 15% NDP, that would mean there's maybe 45% liberals and 40% conservative. So we would always have more progressive people than conservative people in British Columbia. And yeah, that's all they've been working. But now that the NDP collapsed, it's almost really it turned into a two-party province where NDP no longer exists there. But there was a time NDP was holding a few seats there. But British Columbia is progressive. I'd say British Columbia is the second most progressive province.
Okay, let me ask you. What does progressive mean to you?
LGBTQ plus, like you're far left, basically.
Okay, here's my thing about progressives, and this is nothing against it. You have in the scale of political beliefs by American standards, all right, or normal standards, we call progressives the type that they're the ones who want to blow up the traditional establishment. That's the thing about progressives, Multi.
You know what? I understand you, and that's kind of cool. I like that idea. But our progressive in Canada, they actually pretend they don't like the establishment. I say that because they keep voting the establishment.
So here's the thing about a lot of progressives. Progressives really, it's kind of like corruption. Corruption does not care from which ideology you hail. It uses you regardless. Progressives, okay, you have to remember as a culture, this is largely what the Republicans and Democrats fight in the U.S. We fight progressives. Progressives care from not what side flows, as long as they can circumvent it and use it. So like in the U.S., there was a major global progressive movement. They were the ones pushing, see, normal gay and lesbian and trans people just want to be normal. It's the QIA plus people that are the strange ones traditionally. They are the loud ones. They cause issues. So when you say to me progressives, I call them, they're the ones, they hate the way society's going. They feel to need to move the whatever principle is. Societies fluctuate by the Overton window the whole way, right, Multi? If you know what
And our progressive are also similar in that way. Like our progressive, they want communists really, and they want socialists, and like our establishment is very much aligned with the progressive, and it's crazy to really think about it, because again, I think our progressives stand for pretty much the same thing as you guys, but the big difference is our establishment is far left. So they are not necessarily against the establishment. They just want like socialism. Really, that's one of the big factors of the far left here in Canada. But there's also the far left that's all about the environment, and these people are kind of sad. They are very sad because they don't realize if you live in a welfare state, you need money. And what's the best way to do money? Oil, minerals, and stuff you dig up. And yes, we have pollution, but it's freaking Canada. We don't open like coal mines every week. But hey, these people, they just want windmill, even when there's snow that will block the windmill. And they think like every province could rely on hydro while Alberta is landlocked.
So
it's just crazy.
The terrible part about usually progressives, like, so when I've called your NDP are like our baby socialists, all right? That's what they are. They're like us.
And you missed
everything
it.
Your
you missed
NDP
it,
has been doing. We've been dealing with Democrats doing that in the U.S.
Dragon, shut up. You missed something important. So the NDP question we had a few seconds ago, the NDP was like, you should set a price on groceries. So they want by default to destroy any free market. They want the government to meddle in the price of food. This is how bad our NDP has become now. Do you understand what I'm trying to say, Dragon? It's like pure socialism.
Yes, I do.
Like,
Multi.
I hope they will never form government, really. So I guess we can play more of that.
Returning to Alberta this weekend and sharing with my constituents that a family of 4 can receive up to almost $1,900 to help pay for groceries and other essentials. This is the kind of support Canadians are looking for. As Canadians, we look after each other. We're asking the opposition members to help us do just that.
I wish to draw the attention of members to the presence in the gallery of the recipients of the 2025 Governor General's History Awards.
And I just realized that was the last question for this question period. Therefore, Dragon, if you're still with us, are you still with us, Dragon? Is the dragon here? Is the dragon there? Is the dragon here? Is the dragon there?
Yes, I'm here. Yes. Wait.
Okay. So now you can pull up January 27th because we just finished 26th.
The 27th you want?
Yeah.
I'll just upload them all because let me find where they get shoved. Okay.
So I will timestamp this because this is the way to do it. So really, our fabulous folks, the NDP, they don't believe in free market. They don't want free market. They want a controlled market. They don't realize that will really hurt an economy, especially in a welfare state. We already have crazy tax. Just imagine if the government was deciding the freaking price of the food. It's crazy. That's Canada for you. That's Canada for you. It's sad. It's a very sad case study. Like, I understand everyone that wants us to become the 51st state. So in the 51st state matter, I will be honest, I'm torn apart. I want really badly to be saved from the Liberals. But I liked Canada to have its own identity as well. So it makes me sad. And now you got it, so let's play it. This is January 27th. This was Tuesday. And for once, Marxist Carney decides we are worthy enough of his presence in the House. I'm glad. So let's get into it.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister had a photo up in a grocery store, but there was something missing. There were no prices. He asked his PMO buddies to go into the grocery store to remove all the price tags so that he could hide from Canadians how much groceries cost after 1 year, because he's doubled inflation for food, which is to the highest rate in the G7. These taxes and inflationist deficits are a hidden cost. Instead of hiding costs, why not reduce costs?
By the way, this is hilarious. It's actually true. So there was this announcement Monday evening, and maybe that's why Carney decided he would not show up in the House. He had a reason he wanted to do that press conference. So they basically went in a grocery store and they asked everyone to leave. And the Prime Minister asked his people in his office to like take off all of the price tag from everything. So people that watch
do you want me to just put up in the back so you can switch to it the 28th and 29th?
Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be amazing. But the price tag thing. So they took out every price tag. And then they did that big announcement. We have a food rebate for all of the poor people, because they know some of the poor people are sheeps that are very stupid, that don't really think, and they're like, oh, the Liberals are giving me free checks, so let's vote them in again. And it's kind of hilarious because 2023, we had the same kind of crap going on with Justin Trudeau. So, like, they always say, it's a new government, but yet they use the same strategy, and it's kind of worse this time around because nobody was in the grocery store and they actually took out the price tags. Well, in 2023, price tags were still around and people were walking in that grocery store. So now it's showing and it's telling everyone we got someone that's actually smart at the wheel, because this is what smart people do. They hide stuff, but it's sketchy and it's hilarious, and that can open up some attack from the opposition, which is exactly that. The opposition point here is let's hammer home affordability. We must speak about an affordable budget, an affordable life, affordable groceries, because it's no longer like that, and it's because of the Liberals and the taxes. So that's what's going on. Let's air out the gaslight from Mark Carney.
So here's the thing about in the U.S. In the U.S., we have food inflation under control. The only inflation which is still high is actually insurance. Insurance
Really?
is still high because we have no interstate commerce from the thing. Our states, like you can live in New York City, right? Or New York State, and you can't get insurance from New Jersey.
That's fascinating. Wow.
You didn't know that. So our insurance rates, we don't get them. Like it's going to vary in cost. It's very fun.
Well. Let's play more of that. Let's get into it.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Of course, that seems to be this new spirit of cooperation that we keep hearing about. Yesterday we saw cooperation. Meeting with the Premier of Ontario, for example, that was collaboration for the automotive sector, to collaborate in order to build affordable housing. I could perhaps present him to the Premier of Ontario if he wants to. He just has to let me know.
Leader of the Opposition.
So he is playing along where Pierre Poilievre and Doug Ford doesn't really get along, and I think that's really bad for Doug Ford. And it looks bad for Pierre Poilievre as well, but I think the one that's most really that's most affected by that is Doug Ford. And here's my thought process and what I believe in. Pierre Poilievre has nationwide support. He is very loved. And I will also add this. There's an actual strong power and a strong government right now in place. As much as they did stupid stuff, as much as the liberals, I hate them, and they suck, they are appealing enough to win election. Therefore, the liberals are somewhat competent. Now, in Ontario, where Doug Ford is, there's no opposition because the liberals there collapsed. There's no NDP in Ontario. So basically, Doug Ford has no true opposition. And that's why he's winning elections. So, my thought process behind that, Doug Ford is just a lucky bastard that gets stuff handing over to him. While Pierre Poilievre works very hard for what he has, and Doug Ford cannot stand Pierre Poilievre. And who got the biggest space? Pierre Poilievre. So that goes back to my thought process. I think that really bad relationship they have is really harmful to Doug Ford. But hey, the liberals use that as a weapon against Pierre Poilievre. And it's kind of fascinating because I'm sure in Carney mind, it's actually smart and we rile up conservative voters against conservative, but not really because, let's be honest, Doug Ford is no conservative. So, yeah. I guess I will play more of that. Let's do this.
Bel exemple.
Well, that's a great example of this Prime Minister. It's all illusions. He has meetings instead of having results. We need results. He promised that food would be more affordable. But 1 year later, food inflation has doubled. Doubled. It's twice as much as in the States. It's the worst food inflation in the G7. And yesterday he tried to emulate this by removing price tags in grocery stores. If prices are so terrible that he needed to hide them from Canadians, is his record as terrible as that? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, over the last few months, the government has done a lot. We are working to make the school food program permanent. Second of all, we have reduced taxes for 22 million Canadians.
But you increased it somewhere
Yesterday,
else.
we created a new benefit that will increase the amount of money in the pockets of families, up to $1,800 a year.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister held a photo op at a grocery store in front of food, but there was just one thing missing. The price tags. He had ordered his PMO staff to literally show up early at the grocery store and remove the price tags. They're back up today. We went and checked, and they're really high. In fact, grocery prices are rising faster in Canada than in any other G7 country, twice as fast as in the States, twice as fast as when he took office. Mr. Speaker, the hidden costs that this Prime Minister imposes on inflation will not go away because he tries to take down the price tag. Why won't he take down the price?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, before I had lunch with the Premier of Ontario, I had a long meeting with the Premier of Ontario. I would like to introduce the Leader of the Opposition to the Premier of Ontario so we can learn something about cooperation, cooperation on housing, cooperation on building the best auto sector in the world.
I think it's just fascinating. We spoke about food, but it brings back housing. You know what's going on? Almost a full year of Liberals, they didn't help housing at all. You know why? The guy in charge of that file is a rich oligarch that has a bunch of houses. So if you fix the housing market, maybe you won't make as much money. This is the kind of corruption Canada is dealing with under a Liberal regime. It's disgusting. It's sickening. Welcome to Canada. We love Canada, right? We do.
Cooperation on good jobs for Ontarians and Canadians. Cooperations on rising wages, which have risen faster than inflation every single month of this year.
That's gaslight and lies. It is not true. Our economy is down the gutter.
Speaker, if Canadians could eat the Prime Minister's photo op, there wouldn't be an empty stomach in the country. He's had lots of meetings. He's had signing ceremonies. He's had grand announcements and new bureaucracies. But what he hasn't delivered is real results. His biggest promise was that he was going to make food prices affordable. Since that time, food inflation has doubled, the worst in the G7. It's the result of his hidden taxes, the inflation tax from his deficits, the fuel taxes on farmers, fertilizers, and farm equipment. Why won't he, instead of trying to hide the price tag, why won't he get rid of the cost?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, here's something we don't hide. Here's something we're proud of. Over 140,000 new jobs net created since the summer. More than the United States.
By the way, I don't know how accurate this number is. I think lots of it is part-time and they're no longer available. And the other thing they don't say, because that would look terribly bad, and I did research that, by the end of the summer, we lost 100,000 jobs. And that's full-time jobs. So even if we get like whatever the number Carney is telling us, the number Carney is telling us is about part-time. And what do people need? Full-time. So we lost probably as many full-time jobs than there were gains in terms of part-time. It's just, we are bleeding. Our marketplace, our job market is destroying itself apart. And parts of why it's like that? Well, the foreign worker permits, they are handed over like candies because it's Canada and we want more immigrants than we want Canadians, because it's easier to have people with low expectation for standard of living than people that actually live in a free country or what they believe is a free country. So let's finish up the gaslight and the lies from Marxist Carney.
Here's something else. Wages rising every single month of this government faster than the rate of inflation. Here's something else. We cut taxes for 22 million Canadians. We put in place a national food program for 400,000 kids, making it permanent. Yesterday, we announced a benefit for 12 million Canadians.
More tax? So really the selling point of these so-called liberals is how much they can tax you. It's fascinating.
Mr. Speaker.
I don't know if that was blocked. That was asking him a question. Is it blocked?
I assume the Prime Minister meant that the Premier of Nunavut was in the area, not in the House.
Is it the block?
One thing we've done in 6 months is agree on great...
Mr. Speaker, Canadians have never
No, that was still Poilievre. So we already enough of Poilievre. I want to hear about the block. The block is speaking.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to wish you the best for 2026. My best wishes for everyone as well. But I have certain concerns, very tangible concerns for Quebec businesses and Canadian businesses and for jobs in Quebec and Canada. A speech doesn't generate money. It doesn't generate jobs. It doesn't protect jobs. So I understand that there are no negotiations on trade with the Americans, and there hasn't been any movement on tariffs, while President Trump is stirring up the worst of concerns. Can the Prime Minister guarantee that there are normal negotiations and cordial negotiations with Washington, D.C.? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the world has changed. Washington has changed. There's nearly nothing normal in the US now, and that's the truth. We are still having continued discussions with our American partners. I had a 30-minute conversation with the President of the United States yesterday evening, and I had discussions about trade with him. The Honourable Member for Bailey-Chambly.
So I'll pause here and I will explain the angle of attack right now. So I think the Bloc want to align itself with a better relationship with the USA because they are realists and they realize as well that we are neighbors and a lot of our job market depends on having a good relationship with the USA. So the angle is, are the Liberals trying to give us that good relationship we need for a flourishing economy? And now let's speak about what's the government plan right now and what's the plan for the future, I assume, because now they are in election mode. They're basically saying we cut ties with the USA because elbows up, because elbozos are stupid. So the Liberals, they want to align Canada with China, and they don't want the USA anymore. And I think it's quite troublesome. As a Canadian, I don't want closer ties to China. And I will also add this. China is at the other end of the world. So even if they were not communists, it's not strategic to deal more with them than the USA. It's just not. It's just brain dead. Because as much as we can have so many deals with other countries, USA is closer. It's cheaper. Despite the tariffs, despite all of the bad blood between the USA and Canada, if you want to ship in China, you need a boat, you need a plane. If you want to ship in the USA, all you need is a good truck. That's all you need. So for all of the people that are sort of disconnected of true marketplace and true trades, come back to reality and accept the fact that, yes, Donald Trump is bad, but the USA should remain our biggest partner. Should we rely on them? To be honest, we need options. But to also be honest, we need to have access to the market because it's a cheaper market. It's a better market. So as much as trading with everyone is good, trading with our neighbor should be amazing. So that's how I feel, and let's hear more about that.
I understand that the US has changed, and I'm still very concerned about this. It worries me. The diversification of markets is something that we are for. We've been proposing it for years, but we don't want to renounce Quebec values that resemble Canadian values, I hope. In a predictable future, the US will still represent close to 3/4 of our trade. Jobs are at risk. Businesses are at risk. Does he guarantee that in July 2026 there will be a new trade agreement with the States? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, that is the intention of the US, Mexico and Canada. Official negotiations will begin in a few weeks. The Honourable Member for Bailey-Chambly.
They always promise a bunch of stuff. That's the Liberal way. So now we got Bloc still attacking the trade, and that's very good because Conservatives don't really enter that way. So that's amazing. Now, I can't remember which one exactly has great moments right in the middle. So from now on, we will watch the middle of each question period until we find the right one. And so now let's play the middle.
In every single store, we know that there are significant challenges for Canadians. I'd like to quote the Mayor of Quebec, who said that what is important to do in difficult situations is to give people the choice. What we are currently doing is giving purchasing power so that they can make choices. That will help 12 million Canadians. It will give couples over $1,800 this year and $1,400 for the years to come. 900 for individuals and 700 in the years to come.
The Honourable Member for Montmorency-Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, a family of 4 is going to have to pay $1,700 more for food, more than last year, and that's affecting everyone. But after provoking inflation with their policies, the Liberals are feeling bad. Yesterday, they announced apology checks for some families to give them a little bit of money to help them pay groceries that are far too expensive. When will this Liberal government recognize the failure of their inflationary policies and finally work with the Conservatives to lower the cost of living? It's time to give some breathing room to Quebecers and Canadians.
I agree with that statement, but you know what? The Liberals, they proved for so many months now that they don't want a minority, they want a majority. The Liberals, they prove times and times they don't believe in democracy and they want a majority because they want the full power of the government. And that's really bad. It's not looking for to really help out Canadian, it's really to make money. So these Liberals are so corrupt. They are not there for what's best for Canada. They are there for what's best for their wallet. So they won't work with the Conservative to solve what's wrong. Because if they solve what's wrong, then they won't have anyone to blame of what's wrong, because this is what's going on with the Liberals. They keep blaming everything that goes wrong. Donald Trump, Conservative. It's never the Liberals' fault, even if they've been driving and steering the wheel of the country for 10 years now. It's never the Liberals' fault. It's always someone else's fault if it's broken.
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services. Mr. Speaker, our government has passed new affordability measures. Families in my riding are going to see a direct impact, like the dad who's going to be able to pay for lunch for his kid is going to be able to pay for skates, for tournaments. These are things that are going to affect Quebecers and Canadians every day. Even in my family, my uncle, my cousin are going to hunt for traditional food with help in their pockets to ensure a better quality of life. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Richmond North Athabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our seniors built our country. They've paid taxes their entire lives. And some have to wait up to 8 months before receiving their OAS. That's unacceptable. There are data that's missing. There are millions of seniors who saw their files go to a new software system and things aren't working very well. Since 2015, hundreds of thousands of new bureaucrats have been hired and things aren't working. Bureaucrats are saying that training hasn't been sufficient for the new software. We need to see courage. Who in this Liberal government is going to have the courage to stand up and fix the problem for our seniors? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, obviously, if seniors have had problems with their OAS checks, that's unfortunate. The member should speak to the government and we will try to fix the problem. But listen, that's enough. We transformed an IT system. It's a huge project. We replaced software from the 1970s with new software which allows Canadians to self-manage their own files, to sign up for OAS. So, you know, that's enough, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the fear campaigns from the opposition.
From Markham, Unionville.
I think it's rich coming from the Liberals speaking about fear campaign. We'll campaign in 2025 about USA will annex us, so we need to fight them, elbows up. It's the Liberals. So they project exactly what they're doing. Disgusting. I hate it.
Mr. Speaker, while I now sit on a different side of the House, my priority
That's the traitor.
remains the same. Standing up for my constituents and making sure Convention Town Hall in Markham, Unionville. What I heard clearly and repeatedly was concern about auto thefts and home invasions and the impact
Yet
these
you
crimes
joined a
have
party
on
that didn't
families'
do
sense
anything
of
about
safety. Mr. Speaker, can the minister outline how Canada's new government is strengthening public safety and ensuring...
By the way, there are still people that protesting that want him to resign. Even if it's been a month across the floor, people are still angry with him.
Who's taking? You can. Yeah, okay.
It's so disgusting. She said sore loser on the other side. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? It's like insulting the democratic process. Of course, we are angry, but it's not about winning or losing. It's about you guys told someone, the other side, join my side. It's not democratic, but hey, tell the other side is so loser. Sure, ladies, sure. Hopefully, someone recognizes their voice and won't vote for the future. Disgusting.
I want to welcome my colleague to the government benches where he's already making a real impact, Mr. Speaker. In 2024, we had an auto theft summit and created a plan, Mr. Speaker.
That's right.
And thanks to the dedication of law enforcement across this country and focused federal action, we are seeing a downward trend on auto thefts across this
That's
country.
a lie.
But on top of that,
That's
Mr. Speaker,
a
we
freaking lie.
presented a bail and sentencing reform, which is going to make people who...
It's funny, they speak about bail and sentencing reform, yet they wasted like the entire fall into trying to push for censorship. So if they didn't do that, maybe we would already have gotten some weak, bad bail reform from the Liberals. I don't know.
Commit auto theft or home invasions face serious jail time, Mr. Speaker.
Right.
This is serious leadership for a serious matter, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for New Tecumseh, Gwillimbury.
Mr. Speaker, just last week, the Prime Minister stood at a podium in Davos in a room full of billionaires and global elites and lectured the world about
Hey, Buckley. Why don't you answer a question, Buckley? We'll get a chuckle.
From the top, please.
picking up from where I left off, Mr. Speaker, lectured the world about honesty and naming reality. Well, here's a reality check for him. Canada now leads the G7 in food inflation. Families here at home are paying more for groceries because of Liberal policies that tax fuel, fertilizer, and food production. If the Prime Minister thinks honesty matters, will he admit today his policies are driving up food prices?
The honourable government House Leader.
Well, the first thing, Mr. Speaker, is I know we want to acknowledge the members' acknowledgement of our Prime Minister's fantastic speech
Right on.
at the World Economic Forum. I know Canadians were very relieved when the Leader of the Opposition said, never, ever, ever shall I or any of my ministers ever go to Davos to that World Economic Forum. You wouldn't want to run across the President of the United States or the President of Ukraine or members of the economic or any of the investors in Canada. So
Okay, pause.
Okay,
Pause.
the honourable member for...
Do you remember what I said when we covered Davos? What was my criticism? The world said Carney looked like an idiot. Even the guy afterwards said he was dumb. But at home, these people are eating it up. Look at the wonderful speech. No,
Yeah.
it was a glorified humiliation ritual for Carney at Davos.
Yeah, and I will also add this. You're right. People ate it up, and you know what? The biggest province that's the most gullible and the most stupid is Quebec. He is rising in all of the polls in Quebec. Right now, it's so crazy how stupid Quebec is. The bloc is collapsing at the federal level. It's collapsing because they like Mark Carney. They like Marxist Carney. Now, there's another thing I wanted to say about that entire Davos thing. So, Pierre Poilievre has been vocal about it. And Daniel Smith from Alberta has also been vocal about it. And this week, Scott Moe, I can't remember the exact name of the prime minister, but basically Saskatchewan prime minister was like, yeah, we don't like how Carney hinted at maybe us aligning with China. So Alberta is not aligning with the current so-called liberal that are actually Marxists.
I might have an article that might interest you. I found this last week. It literally said that I'll show it afterwards.
Yeah, we will cover that afterwards.
He might not go through recently with recent developments post his trip back home and talking to advisors here. He might not do the China deal. I have it bookmarked.
I will be honest with you, Dragon. He will go through with China deal. He says that to appease Trump, but I'm telling you, Carney wants to align us with China.
Did he say it to appease Canadians? This was on multiple official sites.
Even if it's official, I believe you guys believes it, but like I'm telling you, deep down, Carney wants to align Canada with China. I'm telling you because I understand the guy very well, how he thinks. I'm reading values. What he does is on the world stage, except in Davos, because you said he destroyed his face there, but like in front of other countries and leaders, he is lick-booting and he is like all nice and cool. But once he comes back here, he is really vile toward like everyone except
So
Xi Jinping.
he said this is an article from the AP on the 25th.
Again, we will cover that after. But what I wanted to say here is we got Marxist Carney that really adores the WEF. The WEF is like his family. The WEF is like his second home. Like he'd rather spend some time at the WEF than at the parliament, because obviously that current question period was the only question period this week that Carney decided to show up at. And it's kind of hilarious because he had the perfect reason on Wednesday and Thursday to show up, because Wednesday and Thursday, Pierre Poilievre wasn't there because he had the leadership review and the Conservative Convention. So that's the next few topics after the question period. We will dive deep into that. But to go back on track, so we got the globalist elite, Marxist Carney. And the fascinating part is a lot of Quebec people are so brainwashed by the media, they don't see it, they don't realize it, that even Marxist Carney admits he is a globalist. Even himself says that much. But yeah, they will agree with you and say, no, he's not like that. He's pro-Canada. Like, they will take in whatever the information fits their imaginary world they have in their head. That's frustrating me the most, because you just cannot reason with people with TDS. You cannot reason with people that actually believes in Marxist Carney. They are so NPCs. Like, it's fascinating. But to go back on track, Pierre Poilievre is against the WEF. He is against globalist stuff. And in his big platform for the future of the party, if he remains as leader, is to to remove us from the World Health Organization, a little bit like you guys, because they're like, it goes against sovereignty. It goes against democracy because that's not an elected body. And I fully agree with that kind of stuff. But then how the far left frames it is, oh, look, he's doing like Trump. Folks, stop with the TDS, please. I think Trump, as much as he did a few wrong things here and there, as much as he will be remembered as a tyrant in so many bad things, I think Trump did many great things. And I am against the World Organization crap. I despise that thing. And I think anyone that's pro-democracy, anyone that likes to elect the people with power, they should rile up against that organization. And I don't care. I feel like it should be a non-partisan issue. If you value electing people, you shouldn't value an organization that has no elected member that can pressure government into doing stuff. I said my piece. I said what I believe. And I feel like not enough people speak about that. So again, to go back on track, Pierre Poilievre is against the WEF because he realizes the WEF goes against democracy. This is exactly what's going on. That's why he doesn't align his party towards WEF convention, because it doesn't align with democracy. But again, they will frame it. It's a populist, and populism is bad because it's bad. That's all the liftings. That's how they want the post-nationalist state that the liberals saw us to be wants to think. It's disgusting. So now we will go toward the end because I don't think it's in this question period the exact thing I was thinking about. So I will play the ending here. The first 4 minutes, we should have 2 NDPs or 1 NDP and 1 Green. I don't know yet. I can't remember. Let's get into it.
Speaker. After 10 years of chaotic and inflationist Liberal management, the cost of housing has more than doubled in Canada. Yes, you heard right, it's doubled. In Beauce, 1 family out of 5 can't afford their rent, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when are the Liberals going to stop feeding inflation? When are they going to work with us? And finally, deliver a real plan for affordability? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, there's still good news. I know that my Conservative friends need good news. I have good news for my friend. 4 farmers in Beauce, Mr. Speaker. In yesterday's announcement, there's going to be structural measures. They'll be happy. I spoke with the president of the UPA to ask how we could increase food security in Canada, Mr. Speaker. We're going to work with our farmers. We're going to work with people in the agriculture sector. We're going to work with distributors. We're going to ensure that we have food security across the country, and it's going to mean good news for people in Beauce.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, New Democrats just returned from Rankin Inlet, where we witnessed the challenges facing Canadians in the north. We heard stories of 12, 15, 17 people living in a 2-bedroom home, of folks on housing wait lists for decades, of extreme food prices from $15 for onions to $28 for orange juice, where there is no hospital, not enough jobs, and unreliable internet. People are experiencing similar issues in communities across Canada. When is this government going to take real action to address them?
Here, here. Excellent question.
The Honourable Minister for Northern and Arctic Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians living across the country are going to be benefiting from our new Canada Groceries and Essential Benefit. This includes people in Northern and Arctic Canada. This means a family of 4 will receive $1,890 this year. This is significant in the North. This is in addition to increases in the child tax benefit. It's an increase to the National School Food Program, $10 a day daycare. We're taking steps to reduce the cost of living in the North, and we'll continue to work with Northerners to do so.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
entity, Nunavummiut are seeking reassurances from this government. Nunavummiut deserve to know how they will be engaged in keeping the Arctic secure. They deserve to be protected and to participate in their own safety. Inuit have the expertise, knowledge, and skills to do so. The federal government creates too many barriers, like not investing in housing and not feeding families, keeping them in poverty. Will the Liberals invest in the people of the Arctic so Inuit too can keep the Arctic secure?
Here, here.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, we are working together with our colleagues in the Arctic. We're working together. I had the chance to meet with the Premier of Nunavut just this morning. We're discussing a holistic approach to how we're going to invest in terms of defence, our capacities. Obviously, operational needs will be important, but so will dual-use and multi-use investments as we go forward. So these are the kinds of details we're working out. I would appreciate the members' thoughtful, practical suggestions to get it right.
I wish to draw the attention of members to the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Blois Thompson, Premier of Prince Edward Island. Oral questions, questions orales.
So I will ask you this, Dragon. What did you think of the previous question period we just had before we dive deep into the next one? As an outsider, what do you think of the strategy of the opposition?
I think your opposition is just trying to downplay it. It's kind of like our Democrats aren't really smart. The thing is, if the idea is Carney came back from Davos and tried to spin it that he was not terrible, you might want to correct yourself. Just saying.
Okay, well, I like it. So let's get into question period January 2020, January 8, 2026. So that was like a few days ago. And you will notice something very interesting. Marxist Carney is nowhere to be found. He is nowhere to be seen. So let's get into it. Let's hear about the Brookfield Party.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent, Akiawenrak. Mr. Speaker, the primary concern for all Canadian families is the cost of groceries, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, food inflation is hitting hard.
By the way, I didn't cover the 29th yet, so bring back the 29th. Right now it's 28. So I will also address that. Right now, Pierre Poilievre is not around because he was traveling all the way back to Calgary for the leadership review. This is why in the next two question period, there's no Pierre Poilievre. And I will also repeat that. Mark Carney has no valid reason whatsoever to not show up and pretend he cares. But that's Carney. He hates being questioned, and he doesn't stand question period. So that's why he's not there. But the reason why we got other people speaking out on the Conservative behalf, it's because the leader is going through a leadership review, which we'll cover right after the next two question periods. So let's get into the question.
2%, the worst inflation in the G7. And one of the factors is the Liberal fuel tax, which costs families up to $1,000, according to the PBO. We Conservatives want to help families, want to work with the government. Is the government ready to abolish this Liberal tax to allow Canadian families to breathe? The Honourable Minister for Finance. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. We know that the Conservatives are allergic to good news. But let me remind them what we announced on Monday. On top of the new benefit for groceries and essential goods, $500 million for the Strategic Response Fund to help the country's logistics. We want to be able to grow more in Canada, more funding for food banks, a national strategy for food, better labelling laws. I hope the Conservatives will help us and unite with us on this matter. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, the issue is that the Minister is strong in rhetoric but not in results. 2 years ago, he was proud of assembling groceries, and what happened since? The worst food inflation in the G7. What he does doesn't work. That's why 2.2 million Canadians have to go to food banks. In Neuchâtel, on Boulevard Bastien, Amélie and Frédéric, there's been a 31% increase in food bank use. We need to directly help families. A good way to do that is by abolishing the Liberal gas tax.
And I'll also add this. It's like you're bleeding out, and instead of doing a proper bandage to really stop the bleeding, you place a Band-Aid. And then you say, you know what? That's enough. No, it's not. That's why 3 years ago they did that, and now they're doing it again. It's because they don't really solve what's bleeding. They don't really patch up the issue. They don't really close up the hole. They just let it bleed out because this is the Liberal way. Make sure people cannot prosper under their watch. Now, the other thing is this guy would speak a lot because he's most likely from Quebec, first of all. And second, he is one of the few MPs that actually speaks French. And I believe that's why he gets so much time. And we also have Gabriel Hardy at some point. I don't know if it has already passed, but that's a guy that's baldy with glasses. He's also from Quebec. So I feel like once Pierre Poilievre is not around, they are very smart at using Quebec MPs so they can speak in French for all of these Quebecers that don't give a crap about English. That's actually really good. They will never win over Quebec because we are the most progressive and stupid, gullible people. But hey, they can try to at least maintain the seats they have. Let's praise the Conservative for trying.
Will they do it for the good of all Canadians? The Honourable Minister for Finance. Mr. Speaker, my colleague is known for his rhetoric, but on this side of the House, we're known for action.
Not really,
on
folks.
Monday,
Not really.
What we announced, Mr. Speaker, was a new benefit for groceries and essential goods. The Conservatives can laugh as much as they want, but 12 million Canadians will benefit at the end of the month because Canadian families, Mr. Speaker, expect responsible action in this House. Will the Conservatives rise to the challenge, and will they support the government to help Canadians?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Gateway.
Mr. Speaker, Canada now has the worst record of food inflation in the entire G7, with grocery prices up 6%. That's an extra $1,000 per average family in Canada to buy groceries, and costs have doubled since this Prime Minister has taken office. That's twice the rate of food inflation than the United States, and over 2 million Canadians a month are having to go to food banks. But the Liberals continue to pile on with the cost with their industrial carbon tax and the fuel standard tax. When will they finally deliver real and permanent relief for Canadian families?
The Honourable Minister of Environment, Climate Change and Nature.
Mr. Speaker, you might want to know that the member for Battle River Crowfoot represents the second largest canola producing riding in all of Alberta. The Advanced Biofuels Association of Canada says that the clean fuel regulations will create or preserve the average farm revenue by $60,000. That is money in the pockets of farmers in the member for Battle River Crowfoot's ridings. Why is he not standing up for the farmers in his ridings? Because we are.
Well, by the way, she was referring to Pierre Poilievre riding right now. And it's kind of funny because the Liberals, they really believe they have a chance at winning some seats in Alberta. Let me laugh. I will die from laughing, you know? Alberta is the most conservative. It's the most right-leaning province in Canada. And the way they've been treated by the Liberals is you are guys traitors because you want to leave, but still give us your checks that you do give us. Because what's going on, because Alberta is a rich province in terms of standard of living and in terms of resources like oil, minerals. Well, they do what we call equalization payment, which is ridiculous and disgusting. So that means they need to pay up for other province because they got resources. And that's a lot of money that goes out to these equalization payments. And basically it's like every province give a percent based on how much minerals they have, how much oil they have, and they all put all of that money all together in one bucket, and then they redistribute, starting with Ontario and Quebec. They are the ones that benefits the most because they are the biggest province, and then they give scrap to the rest of the country. So it's basically reinforcing the economy of two provinces, but it still give away like a bit of money. So like if you're in New Brunswick or Manitoba, or you're in Newfoundland, one of these, maybe you will get a little bit of equalization payment, but you will never get as much as what Quebec or Ontario are getting. And the most frustrating part is Alberta is giving away more equalization payment than they receive. So basically they're bleeding money. They're the one that have their house in order, but yet they pay for everyone else. And it's frustrating, you know. But you know what's frustrating? A liberal government that don't want you to use your oil. Like the reason why you pay so much equalization payment, it's because you got oil, but you can't use your oil because the liberals know better. This is why Alberta wants to separate. And to have a liberal that strongly believe that they can win some seats in Alberta is hilarious. It shows how disconnected from reality they are. They will brag about like climate change all day. That will never fix the separation issue. It won't. Now, to get back to our question, why is Pierre Poilievre is not there? Well, he was flying to the Conservative convention. That's why you won't see him in the next two question period. We are covering this one and the next one. It's because he's doing his job as the opposition leader that's under scrutiny right now to see whether he is worthy or not to remain the leader of the Conservative Party. That's what's going on. That's why Pierre Poilievre is not in the House. And again, I will reinforce that. Marxist Carney is not in the House because Marxist Carney doesn't care. And Pierre Poilievre is not in the House because he has other tasks that his job warrants him to do, or his job is asking him to do. So let's play. I guess now the block will be soon. I'll try to find the block around here. Usually, is it the block?
Families all across the country.
Probably after that one, we will have block.
That will help 12 million Canadians. They say, oh, that's not exactly the right thing. They have no answers, Mr. Speaker. Not for their constituents, not for any Canadian.
L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister said that China had made commitments to remove tariffs on Quebec pork. The industry had never heard about that. They were surprised, but pleasantly so, and we understand. This morning, Antoine Trépanier tells us that this is simply not true. Mr. Speaker, you can't do that to someone, create false hope. Can the government confirm that there is or there is no agreement on pork with China?
So now the angle is Marxist Carney is not trustworthy because we got different people sending different message, which makes a lot of sense. That's actually true. He lies all the time, and he will say something and do something else. So the bloc right now, their angle is actually very good. I enjoyed that quite a lot. So let's hear out the out-of-touch response we will get, because this is all the Liberals can provide, a out-of-touch response.
L'honorable.
The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Speaker, the reality is nous continuons d'engager.
We continue to work with our partners, all members of the industry, with pork, beef, canola, agriculture as a whole. At the same time, we will continue to diversify our supply chain for our internal economy. That is in the national interest, and that is our plan on this side of the House. The Honourable Member for Belleau-Chambly.
So the angle is diversity of markets. Sure, but it doesn't remove the fact that Carney is not trustworthy. So why should we trust that answer there? I don't know.
Carney, his strategy is he was just basically the status quo put into place after Trudeau. The problem is you could say all you want about Poilievre, like the guy, oh, have you seen him talk about Trump? It's very firm Canada has a lot of TDS. There's a lot of people in America, especially with Minnesota, they're very anti-Trump, or they're showing their TDS. But it's a small section of the country. But it's a loud enough section. It could influence people or votes. The problem with Carney, when Carney goes abroad, like he went to Davos, he got made fun of by all the world leaders. So much so, the only country who's willing to give him a deal is China.
And that's from you, a American person
And
that
here's the
sees.
funny
Wait,
thing.
let me finish.
Yes.
So you have an outsider perspective. Canada is a joke. Nobody takes seriously except the dictatorship, and I fully agree. And it makes me angry because I know the freaking liberal still have chance on getting reelected simply because Quebec holds so much power. And right now, I strongly feel like I can read the room. Like it's crazy because at the provincial level we want to separate, yet at the federal level we will support Marxist Carney. It baffles me. I don't understand how the bloc vote could collapse, but the bloc at the provincial is surging and winning. So it's like schizophrenia. It's like two worlds are clashing. It's beyond my understanding. I don't get it. We are so
You ask
gullible
why
and
a
stupid.
nation self-sabotages, and then people outside the United States look at what's going on in Minnesota. We have a rule of law as an example. You have the right to protest the government, okay? You have the right. But if it comes, you are called to task, like what's happening in these sanctuary cities with our immigration laws. They can be openly prosecuted because they're telling their people to not work with ICE. ICE is not a organization to do crowd control, folks. They are just an enforcement and arresting arm. These states should be providing security so ICE can do their job, then question it legally later on, right? No. But our system, yes, is broken as well. But we can recover, sadly.
Canada cannot recover.
But the problem is, all these people, look at what's going on, even at the worst in Minnesota. Yes, we have 10 states who are in active, subtle rebellion against the major rule of the federal government in its own form of blocking and purposely impeding the government. But we do not talk about our opponents as bad because they still have free speech. But once that moment comes up that you're being obstruction of justice, we have another metric we can judge you by. Does that make sense, Multi?
Yeah, it
So
does.
Minnesota is this, but even our Republicans, we could easily say all of these people are monsters. You're not hearing that from our media. We're trying to let this play out as civilly as human possible. But if this was Canada, you wouldn't hear anything about either side. We just have a bunch of activists who have lost their heads and are doing the YouTube question rage first before you ask questions.
Yeah.
Welcome.
So let's play that now.
Pork, we
What?
just need
Oh.
something, even
There we
just a noise. But there isn't even an oink in the agreement. The Prime Minister is apparently the second coming of God. He said, I have a deal with China on pork. Will the government at least let us know, using the word pork, somewhere in their answer, to say that there is a priority being established to removing tariffs on pork? Because Quebecers are the biggest purchasers of electric cars, so we are interested in this deal. The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs. As I said, Mr. Speaker, we have had discussions with China on a number of sectors of our economy, including pork.
Each time I hear China, I have TDS, or I
Here's
should
the
say
funny thing about
CCS.
this. Quebec is basically saying, so they have such a green agenda. The problem, let me give it a little inside baseball, why China is trying to get rid of all these EV vehicles. Would you
To
like
get
to know?
money.
They have EV vehicles rotting in fields, all right? They have an overproduction that that their own population cannot meet. All right? Following? They're trying to export it because the EV market is collapsing. Now,
It's collapsing. You said it the outside
the funny
outside of
part
Canada, they
is
know it, they
in
realize
China,
it.
because of certain economic factors, the funny thing is, who are you going to donate this to? You got to donate.
Canada.
And then Quebec goes, oh, they're giving it to them. How do I know this? People will ask. Because I look attention. They have, their economy is not built for consuming. So,
Quebec
there,
is the
and
most
then Quebec
prosperous
goes,
province.
Quebec has money and the green agenda. All right.
I will say it as a Quebecer. Quebec is the biggest welfare state in Canada. It's fascinating. Like, so many industries are subsidized by the government. And that's why we also get so much equalization, because they're like, oh, they're the most socialist, so let's give them so much money. It's just crazy. Like, if we ever become a country, I give our country a decade before we collapse. And we'll become like Venezuela or Argentina. Let's play more of that now.
Pork, including beef, including canola, and every single time we continue to say that we are working in Canada's interest. We want
And
an
Brookfield
agreeable
interest.
agreement for our pork sector and our economy as a whole. That is our strategy on this side of the House.
So let's go in the middle of that one.
Homes are getting built. Nearly half of young Canadians are now considering leaving their home communities because they cannot afford to stay. So when will the minister listen to all the experts, the builders, the developers, the conservatives, and remove the HST on all new homes under $1.3 million so that we can get builders building homes again?
Hear, hear.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it starts with first-time home buyers and not obstructing bills that will deliver relief and affordability for young Canadians.
It's funny because they didn't push that many bills as of right now. I don't know any bill that are being pushed that will do exactly that. And by the way, the guy that speaks right now is the former mayor of Vancouver, the worst place in hell for freaking the housing crisis. He created the housing crisis. And guess what? This guy is the cabinet minister of freaking housing. And you know what? He owns a penthouse. He owns many houses in Vancouver. So he's like one of the richest official in Canada. And he is the housing minister. So do you really think he wants things to change? He benefits directly from the housing crisis because he can make so much money out of his buildings. This is how corrupt the Liberals are. This is why it's so disgusting, and Canadians are so gullible. Really, let's blame it on Quebec. I will always blame Quebec. You know why? We got 78 seats in Quebec. 44 are Liberals. It's the highest Liberal voting base. Like, if we look at numbers, I think they hold probably 60-ish to 70% of the share of the votes in Quebec. And no other province does so well with the Liberals. Like even BC right now, it's neck to neck. I think it's like 52% Liberals and like 48% Conservative, and like no, I exaggerate. I think it's more like 50% Liberals and 45%. No, not even that. It's very close. Like I know they almost have the same number of seats. So they are maybe like 2 or 3% apart. And the NDP there is like a very small portion. So like the NDP is like 4%, the Green is 1%, and the other 95 is split between Conservative and Liberal almost evenly. I know the Liberals have one extra seat or two, so they have the lead, but that lead is like by a margin of error, you know. And when you look at Alberta, forget that they have like I think they have one seat. If you go at Saskatchewan, they may have like 2 or 3 seats. So in Saskatchewan, I think they represent maybe 10 to 20%. If you go in Manitoba, they are much higher, but they are like even with the Conservative there again. And if you go in the other province around Ontario and Quebec, it's almost neck to neck. So if the Conservative can get a lead everywhere, they don't even need Quebec that much, because they almost form government by being neck to neck. So again, if Quebec separate, this is the end of the Liberal Party. I'm telling you. So let's hear more about the Mr. Oligarch that has a lot of money.
That's number one. Number two, we have record annual construction in Calgary, in Montreal, in Edmonton, in Ottawa. We have housing starts.
It's all writing held by Liberals, which is hilarious.
The 5th best year in Canadian history. We will continue to build on that work with Build Canada Homes, which we expect the opposition's support on.
That's right. The honourable member for York Durham.
It's a new year, Mr. Speaker, but it's the same old story for Canadians trying to buy a home. They can't. The Missing Middle Initiative reported this week that while the vast majority of Gen Z and millennials want to buy a home, only about half can realize that goal. Home ownership for them has decreased from 60% to 52%. Their ambition to buy a home has turned into uncertainty, and that uncertainty has turned into defeat. Missing Middle proposed 10 solutions. Not one of them was the government's plan for another bureaucracy to build non-market homes. So why is the government's plan so different from what sensible experts are recommending?
Because the Liberals are more their bureaucracy in the taxes.
The good news is that we have Build Canada Homes starting up, one-stop shop for affordable housing and delivering housing for young Canadians.
You know, it's funny, they set up that bureaucracy very early Like, that was this summer, just before Marx's Carney wanted to take a vacation, and no house has been built through that. So, like, if people really think the Liberal will fix the housing crisis, you're gullible. You're naive. They have the tools, they just don't want to.
In particular, Mr. Speaker, the opposition can support affordable housing. They've never done it before, but they can start now. They can start helping this government deliver affordability, whether that's new homes through Build Canada Homes, or it's bringing down rents, which we're seeing rents drop across Canada for 30 straight months. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That's a lie. That's a lie. My mother, she moved in a new apartment like 2 years ago now. And it's crazy. She never paid so much an apartment. And it's like a 2-bedroom apartment with the living room being basically mixed up with the kitchen. So it's like a 3-ish room and a half, something like that. And it's like $1,300. You look back 10 years ago, that same apartment in the same place. And that's not even in Montreal. That's like in one of the neighboring city of Montreal. You get the same house at the same place for at least $300 to $500 less. So it's almost doubled. So when we hear the rich oligarch with a bunch of houses telling you, oh, everything is fine there, it's because you live in a penthouse, sir. You're so disconnected from everyone's reality. It's nasty. It's crazy. People still vote for this crap.
For Langley Township,
By the way,
Fraser Heights.
It's the problem which you're seeing. It's not that people fall for it. Think of it this way. Let me bring it down to our current politics. These people have a tendency, like in the U.S., they're not looking at the ICE protesters in the U.S. as obstructing justice. They're not looking at it. They think it's well-intentioned because they just look at it because it's not that they're told Trump is the devil. But it's the combination of look over here. Because remember what I said. Corruption does not care from which side you're from. It just uses you. Multi.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Quid pro quo also works both ways. There was a period where Nancy Pelosi and her husband have one of the best investment portfolios. Better than Wall Street investors. Best returns ever, by the way. Why? Because they're using politics from the U.S., politics in the U.S. government, to get ahead. Now, there is ways to fix this. We have white-collar crime. We have other things. But like up there, one guy, he has housing. Oh, housing's that. Slumlording is a very bad problem in the U.S., okay? Knowing that, I'm sure it's worse up there. You just got to find a way to fix it. But they get rich off this stuff. And I don't know, do these politicians not get caught? What's your business? Retail, realty, or owning houses? Get up.
Is not keeping his promise to young Canadians to help them buy their first home. In fact, according to the Missing Middle report, things are going in the wrong direction. Homeownership among 30-year-olds is at an all-time low. Less than half think they're ever going to own their own home, and housing starts aren't even keeping up with population growth. So here's an idea. We're feeling generous. Why doesn't the Prime Minister adopt our policies to cut bureaucracy so that homes get built and first-time Canadians can buy their first home? Thank you.
Here, great job. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
I have a great idea. idea to the member opposite, this government has put a series of measures in place to help support young Canadians getting into their first-time home, to be able to build more housing supply in this country, whether or not it's Build Canada Homes, whether or not it's removing the GST up to $50,000 for new home buyers buying their first home. The Conservatives obstruct at every single pass. So that member has to go back and ask his constituents and answer to his constituents why they are standing in the way of the progress this government is seeking to advance. There's important measures in C-15. They should get on board and actually get a part of the solution, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Côte-du-Sud, Rivière-du-Loup, Katascomic, Témiscouata. Mr. Speaker, the housing crisis being felt in the streets and homes of Quebec. Families are having to choose between rent and groceries. Young people are delaying their life plans because they can't afford an apartment. According to a Léger poll, 1 in 5 Quebec tenants struggled to pay rent last year. In Montreal, that figure is 1 in 4. This is not acceptable.
And the most fascinating, Montreal is a big splash of red. Everyone voted Liberal, except like 2 ridings. Actually, 1 riding, sorry. And the 1 riding that didn't go Liberal, it went NDP, which is further left, which is hilarious.
After 10 years of this Liberal government, when will Quebecers have access to a truly affordable housing?
When they will stop voting Liberals, folks.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker.
I cannot stand her.
Over $1,800 will go to a family of 4 through our new Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit. This money will help families. It will help households make ends meet. We know the statistics. They are true. 1 in 5 households is having trouble with rent. This is why I am wondering, why are Conservatives blocking the work of Build Canada Homes? Why are they holding up our new Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit?
Member for Fleetwood, Port Hills.
Mr. Speaker, communities across Canada want to feel safe in their neighborhood and confident their government is taking action to prevent crime, especially given the rise of extortion in BC Lower Mainland. Can the Minister update this House on measures our government is taking to counter extortion, support law enforcement, and ensure our communities feel safe?
Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the rise in extortion in Surrey and the Lower Mainland is unacceptable, and I extend my support to the victims of extortion everywhere. This morning, I met with Premier Eby, and we committed to deploying up to 20 RCMP members to support law enforcement efforts. Mr. Speaker, we deployed 2 helicopters in the Surrey area, and in November, we announced $4 million in federal funding to bolster Surrey Police's efforts to tackle extortion threats. There are bills before this House, Mr. Speaker, that the opposition can support right now, like lawful access, to help us combat extortion in Canada.
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
So you're
For almost a year,
hold
Canada
up.
has endured an unprovoked economic attack by the United States and President.
So he's basically admitting the problem they're saying is the RCP, they're requesting support, yet they can't get support. Like our FBI will send assets in, right?
Yeah.
So they're saying one district is complaining they don't get support, right?
Yeah.
Crime's rising. Do you know what happened in the U.S. in a lot of these cities where crime started to get really bad? They were all liberal cities. They weren't conservative cities for us.
You know, it's funny you say that, but like most of Canada, I will be blunt and honest with you. Most of Canada, most of cities in Canada are all liberals.
So
And
crime is going to probably be bad. They also were doing the whole, like, probably decriminalization, and
so the places that don't really vote liberal are really like the suburb areas and anything that's countryside. And That's the only places, and you know it's funny because these areas are mostly secured and these are safer places, but every places that vote liberal is not safe.
President Trump. Conservatives worked to fast-track Bill C-5 that was supposed to fast-track nation-building projects. Unfortunately, it hasn't fast-tracked anything. Not a single new project has been approved. Not a single shovel has gone into the ground. There is an alternative. The Conservative Sovereignty Act would repeal anti-development legislation. It would speed approvals. It would create economic opportunity for Canada. Businesses and provinces that invest will be rewarded. Why won't the Liberals support this bill so that we can lessen our dependence on the American?
So that's a great thing. So what's going on is that bill was coming from the Conservative, which is the opposition initiative. And because they are the opposition, the best they can do is a motion. And a motion means a vote with the House, asking for the House to support it. And if they support it, they can put it to law. And what happened? Well, you can guess it in a far left country. They rejected that because it implied that we would get more pipelines and we would get stuff done. And the other opposition parties, they still want Canada to suck. So really the only party in all of that really wanted a prosperous Canada was the Conservative pushing that bill and that motion. And you know what? The Liberals, they call themselves the savior. They didn't support that. And then they will say, oh, but Conservative don't come up with anything. Yes, they just did, and you just rejected that because they would make you look bad because they're not in power and they do better than you. The other factor is he is right. One of the two bills, and I'm not joking, so they had a total of 10 bills during the fall, and that's how many bills they tried to do, and only 2 passed. One of the 2 was C5, which is building Canada stronger and all. That was meant to fast track a project to help the economy, the infrastructure, and all of the aspects. Like if you want a pipeline, C5 makes the process easier. But guess what? They didn't use C5 yet. It's been passed. It's been accepted. People voted for it. It's law now, but they don't use that power because you said it. That's the statu quo. And of course, the other bill that passed was a child migration bill that's ridiculous. Hopefully, the Conservative will repeal it. Finger crossed. I don't know if they will, but if they do, that'd be amazing.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's good to see Conservatives finally coming around to the Liberal plan, which is precisely that, to diversify trade markets, to build our country up with Canadian steel, Canadian aluminum, Canadian ingenuity, Canadian know-how, and Canadian union men and women building our country together. The Conservatives' proposals were tested, had the ultimate test, a general election, Mr. Speaker. It didn't work. It didn't go so well. Canadians voted for the Prime Minister's plan to build Canada strong. That's what we're going to keep doing, Mr. Speaker.
I will also say this. They are proud they keep bringing back the election. You know what happened? We got a minority government, and they didn't act as such for the entire time. They are still a minority despite cheating their way through a majority. It's just insulting when they speak about the election that the Conservative lost because, again, you don't really respect the will of the people by not working with the opposition. Because when you're a minority parliament, you need to negotiate. You need to work with the opposition to get stuff passed. And the sole fact that you had 10 bills and only 2 passed proves everyone you don't want to work with the opposition. You want an iron fist to rule over the country just like China.
The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, what they promised in the election was that they were going to fast-track nation-building projects, and that's one of the reasons why Canadians voted for them. But unfortunately, they haven't actually fast-tracked anything. Not a single new nation-building project has been approved. Not a single shovel has gone in the ground for any of those projects.
Bingo.
We need a new approach. That's why the Canadian Sovereignty Act needs to be implemented. It will tear down the barriers to building these projects. It will create new economic opportunity and create thousands of good-paying jobs. I mean, they've stolen almost every single one of our policies. Why don't they steal this one for the benefit of Canadians?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we have nation-building projects going on right across this country. I would refer the member to his own province of Ontario, where we are in major developments in the nuclear sector, where we'll be developing the Crawford nickel mine, where we are going to build, Mr. Speaker, the North America's very first high-speed rail network from Quebec City to Toronto. We are going to build in British Columbia, whether it's LNG or whether it's the Northwest Corridor or Silicums, Mr. Speaker. We are building this country. We're building it big. We're building it strong.
The Honourable Member for Ponoka-Didsbury.
This Liberal Prime Minister has broken his promise to Canadians. He said he would build Canada strong, but in 8 months he hasn't approved a single new project. Instead, he's closing down agriculture research stations and firing scientists, including at the 120-year-old station in Lacombe. Conservatives introduced a motion this week to pass the Canadian Sovereignty Act. Will these Liberals vote for our legislation to repeal Liberal laws that block development, reward investment in Canada, protect Canadian innovation, or will they continue selling Canada out with their New World Order agenda?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Labour.
The Conservatives' ideas were tested in the election, and guess what? They lost, Mr. Speaker. And you know what? We're focused on something that's very clear, something that Canadians want. They want us to build this country. They want us to grow the economy, and that's exactly what we're doing, Mr. Speaker. We're going to build the largest infrastructure investment in Canadian history, with major projects across this country, building affordable homes for Canadians, using Canadian steel, Canadian lumber, and Canadian skilled trades, Canadian student workers, Mr. Speaker. We're diversifying our trade. We're expanding to new markets, investing in innovation. We're going to create the...
So let's go toward the ending because I want to hear about that NDP, folks. That's weird. That's weird. It's glitching. Are you still with us, Dragon? I think the dragon is gone because I cannot bring back the screen share. So I guess I will use YouTube to screen share that specific question period. January question period January 28th. 28. That's a very weird thing going on. Apparently now I am alone. So let's do this. Oh, PC crashed. He's coming back. Well, we were now around the ending of that one, and is he coming back? Oh, well, actually, so because he's not coming back, we will play the ending of that question period at the right place. I think that will be the right place. And as I screen share, I should say. Well. There we go. Screen share.
Families on Vancouver Island are struggling.
The Crofton Mill closed, the Atlee Mill closed, Chemainus Mill curtailed to the end of 2026. Hundreds and hundreds of jobs are lost, but more importantly, already struggling families are now facing dire consequences. This government's handouts and subsidies are not helping those affected and will not save this critical and renewable resource industry. When will the Prime Minister deliver on his promised softwood lumber trade deal?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
The closure of a mill is a difficult news, whether it's in Vancouver Island or all across the country. It's a difficult news for workers, their family, and the community. The federal government has come forward with support for the sector. We urge the provincial government to work with us as partner to protect these jobs.
I've been putting up with a lot of loud noise coming from my left, but I had to call it out now because I'm having trouble hearing the honourable member. So the honourable member from the top, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We really, it's a difficult news, the closure of any mills, whether it's on Vancouver Island or anywhere in the country. And we've come forward with a lot of support from a financial perspective. We work with the provincial government as partner to protect these. And they may have missed the news that we announced a forest sector transformation task force by the industry. They've already met and they're formulating recommendation for the government for the future. We will continue to examine every option available. I urge the member to work with us on those.
The honourable member for Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Honourable President of the Treasury Board. With massive cuts being made to our civil service, how can the government justify threats to public health and safety as outlined today by the Public Service Alliance of Canada? Specifically in my community, we're very concerned as across a number of departments, believe it or not, workers involved in marine emergency response to oil spills have all been laid off. How does the government justify this?
Because they pretend they are liberals.
Mr. Le President, I thank my honorable colleague for her question. Canada's new government is taking a responsible approach to renewing the public service, focus on efficiency, sustainability, and respect for those who serve Canadians. New incentives are being introduced to support workforce renewals and to manage adjustments primarily through voluntary measures. Budget 2025 also proposes a measures reduction in up to 1,000 executive positions over the next 2 years to ensure leadership structure remain aligned with operational needs. Thank you.
I wish to draw the attention of members to the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Miles McDougall, Minister of Advanced Education for Alberta.
So, by the way, I will say this. Elizabeth May questioned the cut because she is against austerity most likely, which is very interesting. Now, this shall mark the end of this question period. We will cover the next question period, and that's the last question period we are covering because I cannot find the one that happened on the 13th. So let's do this. And screen share, screen share, screen share, screen share, screen share.
Questions, question or the member for Barrie South Innisfil.
In a stunning admission of failure, over-promising and under-delivering, Liberals this week announced they will be seducing Canadians with their own money. Without acknowledging their failed economic policies have caused structural food insecurity for millions of Canadian families, the Liberals' latest scheme will put $12 billion more on the country's credit card. Now, in the spirit of cooperation, here's an idea. Why not eliminate their industrial carbon tax, fuel standards tax, lower income taxes, boost grocery chain competition, and stop taxing farmers so families can keep food in their carts rather than having to put it back on the shelf?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Or how about having the backs of Canadian families, the middle class and low-income Canadians who need a serious government now to respond to their everyday challenges? That's why we've put in place this particular benefit. That's why we're increasing the GST credit, Mr. Speaker. And furthermore, if the Conservatives are serious about the challenges of this country, I would hope, beyond inventing mythology about taxes, that they would come to the floor of the House of Commons with serious ideas of the day. That's what Canadians deserve right now.
It's kind of funny, and it's kind of rich coming from a party that actually gave a tax break to rich owner of yachts and planes. That same party is now talking about helping the middle and the lower class. Sure, buddy, maybe your check to the lower class will help them for 48 hours, but in the long run, in the long term, you don't really help the lower classes because you don't care about them. You only use them to get power. That's exactly what's going on. Let's be honest. Let's be blunt. They pretend to care about the poor, but they are the reason they are poor. And the thought process is the taxes. There are so much taxes. Business, they go under. Business, they are flat broke. A lot of business are subsidized by the government. This is Canada for you. This is the reality of what's going on. So it's very rich to hear a liberal speaking about the lower class when they basically cause the lower class to suffer because stupid policies.
Yeah, member for Barrie South Innisfil.
Well, if things were so great, Mr. Speaker, and affordability was in fact improving, there'd be no need for the Liberals to spend $12 billion more outside of the budget. The truth is the Liberals are doing this to distract from their failed policies. They can right now implement solutions to solve the structural problem of grocery affordability and food insecurity crisis that Canadian families and seniors are dealing with. Conservatives are willing to fast-track the elimination of all taxes that are having a cascading impact on higher grocery prices. Will the Liberals join us, or will they obstruct real relief for Canadians and carry on with their short-term vote-buying scheme?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister for Citizenship and Immigration.
It is a classic technique of right-wing populism, Mr. Speaker, to identify every problem imaginable and invent some too, and not propose serious solutions. Only a few months ago, the leader of the opposition was calling for the firing of the Bank of Canada. On this side of the House, we take seriously what the Bank of Canada says. We are seeing in this country inflation within the target rate. We are seeing record foreign direct investment. We are seeing, beyond Canada, the International Monetary Fund, Kristalina Georgieva, its head, calling the world to look at Canada as an example for the world. Good fiscal policy.
So I will pause here. He brought populism. It's fascinating. I really feel like Canada has become this. I don't know about the USA. I wish Dragon was back. He told me his PC crashed, so maybe we'll be back at some point. But I will speak about what's going on here in Canada because this is exactly how I feel. I think it has become a war of the globalists versus the populists. And the globalists right now are in power, and they will demonize and make populism look bad because they're scared of populism. Because they realize populism really goes against the idea of globalism. Because globalism overall, what it implies is that there's one world order, there's one big government that overall everyone, and how do you really manage to have that government? There's no election. It's the elite, the people with the money, the rich. This is what globalist is about. And populist, it's about the people being empowered to control the nation through elections. through policies that will benefit the people. So if you listen to someone demonizing populism, buddy, just think again. Who's in power right now? Does it work for you? If it works for you, fine, that's cool. But don't start thinking populism is bad because globalism works for you. A lot of people disagree with globalism. It's actually really bad. And again, populism, it shouldn't be looked as a bad thing. It's a different strength. It's a different way of doing things. A very different way from the liberals. That's why they're so scared. That's why Trump is demonized. Because Trump is a populist. And I might be wrong on that, but that's exactly how I feel. That's why the media here in Canada, each time they can take a shot at the USA through Trump, this is exactly what they are doing. Because they realized the USA are moving away from globalism and they embrace a populist era, which is amazing. We need that across the planet. Because globalism is bad. It only benefits the few. So for all of the far left people that are now globalists, I'm impressed. Because you used to stand for reforms, but now you stand for an establishment. It's just fascinating. I will never understand that. So let's play the next question there.
Mr. Speaker, this just shows how out of touch this government is. Families in my riding of Fundy Royal and throughout Canada are feeling the pinch at the grocery store. And every month, over 2 million Canadians are now visiting food banks under this government. Food inflation in Canada has doubled just since this Prime Minister took office, making us the worst off in the G7. Conservatives will fast-track policies to reverse the skyrocketing cost of food. Will the government finally put an end to the Liberals' industrial carbon tax, fuel standards tax, and cut red tape on farmers?
The Honourable Minister for Artificial Intelligence. I think some facts would be good for this debate right now. Here's one for the Conservatives. We're making life more affordable for 12 million Canadians, allowing them to put food on their table. Mr. Speaker,
that's
the
a Band-Aid
party
again.
likes to block. We are building affordable homes. They're blocking it. We're building safe streets. They're blocking it. We're building a chance for 12 million families to put food on their table with a 25% increase in the GST. They're blocking it. When will they stop blocking and start building?
Again, it's really hard for the opposition to build. I mean, they tried with the Sovereignty Act. They get rejected by the opposition and the government. So each attempt the Conservative try to take to better lives, it fails. So right now, the narrative of the Conservative is what the Liberal do doesn't work. We need to lower the cost of life through removing taxes and red tape. And the Liberals, they basically try to justify the taxes, and they basically say, we give ends out. And because we give ends out, you should elect us again. It's so vile. It's so corrupt. People being so gullible that they will eat this up. It's beyond me. I don't understand. I just don't. So now we got 2-ish questions. So I will move into the block crew because the block are always very interesting to get to.
For Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, for days now, we've been alerting the government that its problems with the new Curam software are preventing pensioners from receiving their old age pensions. At first, the Liberals said it was a scaremongering campaign. Yesterday, they admitted that the problem existed, but that it only affected about 30 people. So allow me to quote Maria Fournier, a journalist. It's chaos in Ottawa. In all my career, I've rarely been inundated with so many testimonials from distraught people. Mr. Speaker, when will the government finally take its head out of the sand? The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House. Mr. Speaker, one error is one error too many, but we invite everyone who has been affected to contact Service Canada. This is a great modernization of government systems. This will allow seniors to self-register and to receive their benefits even more rapidly without having to wait on the phone or without having to queue up outside of a government office. We will correct mistakes if there are any, but this is good news for.
So I'll add two things. The first one, and I think that's the most important, and that's why I started with that. When the Canadian, especially under Marxist Carney, they tell you you can self-register. You know what this means? This means digital ID, because they try to sneak that in. Yes, they do it. And basically to register, you need to put all of your information, employment or past employment, address, and all of that. They basically want the most vulnerable, the old people to be the first one to embrace the digital ID. That's what's going on. So this is vile, this is disgusting, and eventually maybe people in Canada, because we are gullible and stupid, we will at large accept that digital ID that even the UK rejected because it sucks. You don't want that. Now, the other thing is the Bloc. Their attack line is our voting base. There's a lot of boomers, there's a lot of old people. So let's frame them as the victims of that current government. Therefore, you should elect more of us so we can hold that government more accountable. So this is the line of attack of the Bloc, because the Bloc will never form government. It's obvious. Anyway, that's the line of attack. I find that very interesting because I do think it's like the third or the second. I can't remember the exact number, but I know it's not the first time a Bloc speaks about how the old people are treated by this liberal government. So let's listen to the second question.
Taxpayers. The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Well, other than the costs, Mr. Speaker, once again, Ottawa is driving people crazy. On the one hand, there are people aged 65 and over who have deferred their pensions and have been deprived of checks for 9 months when they finally decide to claim them. On the other hand, there are people who are receiving extra checks, returning them, and are still being sent T4A forms. Meanwhile, the government is doing nothing, even though its own officials warned it that its software was chock full of bugs. They were told in June. So when will action finally be taken? The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House. First of all, there are officials who are working on this system, who are making sure that errors are mitigated and corrected. We are confident that this great modernization of our government systems will, at the end of the day, allow seniors to self-register, to be better served, to get their benefits even more rapidly than before. That is the case now. And if there are any errors, they will be corrected. The Honourable Member for Shefford.
So now I will move on
Speaker,
to later on. I think there's
people
a
aged
block
65
or
and over deserve real
there's
answers before this turns into
place
another Phoenix
that's
fiasco.
quite nice at some point. So
No
let's
one.
get into it.
I'm going to read some remarks from my constituents on liberal policies. Even earning $40 an hour, I can't save. Sebastian, at $36 an hour, as a single mother of 3, forget about saving. Every single penny goes to groceries. Patricia, we don't need your help. We need no more money in our pockets. Carl, 93% of young Canadians are worried about the housing crisis. Many have even given up on their dreams of home ownership. Instead of asking our young people to sacrifice, when will the Prime Minister stop taxing them and smothering them with liberal bureaucracy? The Honourable Secretary of State for Nature. Mr. Speaker, it is because we want Canadians to have more money in their pockets that we announced certain measures this week. These measures will represent $1,800 for a family of 4 this year, and roughly $900 for an individual. This is meaningful. It will lead to more money in Canadians' pockets.
Even by these numbers, 800, it's a joke. You know why? You know why? The groceries are nasty. It costs so much. Right now, I don't have kids yet. And we are like a few people in the same household. And our groceries is like around 200 to 300 a week. And we don't have like kids yet. I cannot imagine having kids. And now you're telling me $800 a year. So it's like the equivalent of 2 stops at the grocery store. How will this help? And you know what? Because it's nationwide, well, not necessarily nationwide, but because a lot of people will benefit from it. You know what happens? Inflation. What happens? Taxation. So it's very rich for them to come out and say, "Oh, we stand up for the poor." You make us poor with your way of dealing with things. It's ridiculous. You cannot just magically make up some money like that. The economy doesn't work like that.
We have other measures for families as well, like the Canada Child Benefit, which gives families $1,800. We are doing measures for Canadians. We just need the members across the way to support them. The honourable member from Montmorency, Charlevoix. In 2023, Justin Trudeau announced a grocery plan. In 2026, all the problems are still there, and the Liberals are rehashing the same measures under a different name. When a strategy leads to more misery, more debt, less wealth, and less hope, you don't rebrand it, you rewrite it. After 10 years in power, the results are in. Young Quebecers and Canadians are ending the month with less than $20 in their bank accounts after having paid for rent and groceries. When will the Liberal governments finally own up to their failure and stop moving us in the wrong direction?
I will also add this. If that was true each time they say, "Oh, it's a new government," if that was true, do you really think they would do the exact same thing they did 3 years ago now? So that simple thing, that simple question the opposition asked was to highlight it's not really a new government because they do it the exact same the other did. So let's play more now.
The Honourable Secretary of State. In April, Canadians made a choice. They elected the Liberal Party so that we could put in place solutions to the difficult economic situation we're in today. This has led to tax cuts for the middle class. This week's measures on affordability. The universalization of the school lunch program. We have done a lot. That is what Canadians voted for, and we work for them. We just need conservative support so that Canadians can actually see a difference.
Every week, I hear from young Canadians priced out of their neighborhoods. In fact, the Missing Middle Initiative reports that half of young Canadians will have to leave the very community in which they grow up in. But you know what I don't hear? I don't hear very much from the 4 youngest Liberal members of Parliament, all born this century, all who represent parts of Canada hardest hit by housing unaffordability. Brampton, Mississauga, Greater Vancouver, Greater Montreal. Well, Canadians haven't given...
So I will pause here. I just paused here. So we got the Terrebonne riding, and it's in the Greater Montreal. And that lady there is like 24 years old. Which is, I will tell you this, respect for being elected. I strongly disagree with that woman policies, but she is a very young, influential person. But you see, we don't hear about her speaking much. The only moments we hear about her is when she asks very controlled question. And I've seen a pattern. We never hear about these backbenchers. We never hear about the young voices among the Liberals. You know why? I think I have an idea. Maybe I don't hold the truth, but I suspect, and I think it is because that party is no longer the party of the youth. Except if you live like in Toronto or Montreal, then it's very different because we are the most brainwashed, and as much as we are educated, we are far left most of the time when we live in these big cities. But at large, across Canada, the young voter base is usually going for the Conservative. And that's why we don't hear that many young voices in the Liberal Party, because they know they became the Boomer Party. And the Boomer, they really don't care about their grandchild, to be honest. Otherwise, they wouldn't be voting in a crowd that's been there for 10 years and that only made everything worse. But it's very interesting how now they weaponize the fact that we don't really hear about these younger members of the caucus. And it's funny because I know the Terrebonne lady because of the Terrebonne fiasco. Otherwise, I wouldn't know about her. But the other three young members, I've never seen them. Like, they don't speak, or I didn't realize they were that age. But there's only 4 MPs like that among 169. Surprising, very surprising. So that's telling. Let's play more.
Up on the dream of home ownership, and I haven't either. So will any one of those 4 members stand up and help the government get out of the way, remove the taxes and red tape that are stealing their dreams?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I will say the members on this side, young Canadians who represent their ridings here in this House, certainly speak to me about their priorities, and they're here taking action to deliver for fellow young Canadians. We have the first-time homebuyers tax coming through that will deliver up to $50,000 to young Canadians for their first home purchases. We're seeing positive trends across the country now with rents declining as well for the last 12 months. That's good for young Canadians. We're delivering groceries and essential benefit. Young Canadians will benefit from that as well. Mr. Speaker, this side of the House is delivering for young Canadians.
The honourable member for York.
They wouldn't be voting.
Okay, Penthouse Boomer, maybe you can share one of your homes.
Shots fired.
No, ask the member to restart and carry on.
Well, maybe the Minister of Housing can share one of his homes with the Canadians who don't have them. A study by Canadian fintech Coho Financial says that at the end of the month, Gen Z has just $16 left to spend. The Prime Minister told young Canadians what his solution was for them: sacrifice more. Well, there's nothing left to give. Coho says that Gen Z is in survival mode and therefore can't plan for their future. The Prime Minister claims he wants to work together, and we've offered him some solutions. So why won't he take any of them?
The Honourable Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, instead of slagging generations, they should make generational investments with this side of the House. Mr. Speaker, we're focused on delivering for young Canadians. The other side of the House delayed all through the fall and into the winter on the first-time homebuyers tax break. This side of the House, we've been pushing to do this. The Conservatives did not vote for the first home savings account. These are tangible efforts we're making to support young Canadians. They're being opposed by the Conservatives.
A member for Kenora-Key Wattenong.
As part of the after-school program.
I think I didn't, or I think I skipped the one of the key moments I remember seeing in the question period. So we may go back to one of the previous ones that we already covered, simply because I don't see the segment I really wanted to cover, but I can't remember which one. So now we will go toward the end of that one, and then I will look into which one contained the segment I wanted to cover. So let's play the ending of that one now.
After school care, I think it's essential that we acknowledge the hard work they do and continue supporting them.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, this government is cutting thousands of public sector jobs. The people who process EI, OAS, CPP, and passports, agricultural researchers, 1,300 food inspectors. These are not numbers on a CEO spreadsheet. They are real people. They work to help Canadians. They support family farmers. They keep our food safe. Instead of giving his friends a tax break on their yachts and their private jets, will the Prime Minister stop these reckless cuts before public health, before public services, and our food safety is put at risk?
Hear, hear. Excellent question.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. President, I want to start by thanking our public servants for their hard work and dedication. We deeply value the work of all public service employees. They are dedicated and hardworking public servants who play a critical role in delivering key results for Canadians. As we move forward with comprehensive expenditure review, We are committed to approaching this process compassionately by minimizing involuntary departures as much as possible. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Order, à l'ordre. À la suite des
Following discussions between representatives of all party in the House, I understand that there's an agreement to observe a moment of silence to commemorate the National Day of Remembrance of the Quebec City mosque attack and action against Islamophobia.
I now invite honorable members to rise in honor of the memory of the victims of the attack that happened 9 years ago today on January 29th, 2017.
So that's the end of this question period. Now, that's a very interesting moment, hopefully. So I will try to buy some time as I try to find the clip I was mentioning. But I gotta say this. It was deemed illegal for Justin Trudeau to enact the Emergency Act, which is amazing. I feel like we got some sense of justice to some extent. But yeah, now I'm trying to find the right question period that as the segment I really wanted to cover. I cannot believe we missed it, but I will find it. So basically the segment had Andrew Lawton, one of the Conservative MP I do enjoy a lot. He is one of the new kids in the block, if we can call him a kid. He is really interesting. Each time he appears, he has very interesting question. And he doesn't appear that often, which is kind of fascinating. So I think he chooses very smart question. Oh, I found the right one. So that was January 28th. So we will play that Andrew Lawton segment there. Because when I was watching question period this week, I enjoyed that intervention there. So I placed it at the right place.
From passing in this House, we brought lawful access measures, Mr. Speaker, to this Parliament in June, yet they've been obstructing those measures all along. Whose side are they on? Will they help our law enforcement and police officers with catching these criminals, Mr. Speaker?
The honourable member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Federal Court of Appeal has once again affirmed that this Liberal government broke the most supreme law in this country, the Constitution, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, when it wrongly used the Emergencies Act, and also that it violated the charter rights of Canadians by freezing the bank accounts of political protesters and limiting the legal right to protest. If this truly is a new government, will they say to Canadians right now that they will accept this ruling, uphold the civil liberties of Canadians, and not appeal this to the Supreme Court?
The honourable government.
You see, this is a great question. If you are a so-called new government, you know what you should do to distance yourself from Trudeau's bad decision, because it is a bad decision. It was an abuse of power. And if we were not a banana republic, I think Trudeau should be on trial for treason. And every MPs, every cabinet member that participated into enacting the act should be on trial as well for treason. But Canada is a banana republic. That's why Alberta want to leave, because they still have common sense that seems to be lost in the rest of Canada. Except maybe Saskatchewan, actually. Saskatchewan is also quite smart. But yeah, so the line of attack right now is, again, to highlight the Liberals right now, as much as they pretend and they say they are new, it's the same crowd. And the response we will get will exactly say what I just said. It will confirm my thesis of it's the same crowd. They stand by that. It's unlawful. It went against the charter, and the court agreed with that statement. It was unconstitutional. It trampled over the right of the protesters. And these same protesters, guess what? They were demonized. They were said they are supremacists, they are far right, and they are vile. And it's tragic because so many people believe that trap. Because we are brainwashed through propaganda in Canada. This is exactly what's going on. So let's hear about the confirmation or the agreement that this liberal crowd actually endorses that emergency act.
House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as a proud resident of the National Capital Region, I can only but lament this member's repeated, and I will give him this, he's been consistent on this, his repeated endorsement of the occupation of this downtown, of the disturbance and unbelievable annoyance that this created for residents.
That was an annoyance to you because you are a liberal and because that protest was about you trampling over people's freedom. You turning Canada into a totalitarian state. Yet, this guy is so far up his butt, he stands by it. And he says very provocative lines. I really hope a lot of the swing voters that aren't as brainwashed as the others see that and they realize these liberals, they follow the same agenda as the previous ones. These liberals are no different.
Of downtown Ottawa and of the fact that it was an unlawful demonstration, Mr. Speaker.
It was lawful.
Was
so now he
ended
argues
by,
with the court
good graces,
that
very
said
Canadian
the government
model
was
of
wrong.
Cooperative law enforcement, Mr. Speaker.
It baffles me. It's so fascinating. It's so disgusting at the same time. It's all of these words. I wanted to play that clip because that clip is a testament to what's going on. We got a totalitarian government that says they are different, but they are the same. That says they stand for the Charter of Rights because that's always their belief or what they like to pretend they are about. And yet, they trample over the Charter. Yet, they pretend they are different. But they do the exact same. They defend the action of Justin Trudeau. Hopefully, this marks the end of the awful totalitarian era Canada has been through. It's really disgusting. So now, the idea is we talk about the leadership review, and I will cover one of the speeches we had that's very interesting. We won't cover all of the 15-minute-ish. I think we will cover 10 to 15 minutes, and I will link in the description after the stream everything we went through today. But before I dive deep into the next video, I must say this. Canada is a weird place. So what's going on? Pierre Poilievre lost the last election, as we all know. And the Conservative Party has that idea that if you lose an election, you go through a leadership review if you don't step down yourself. And in that segment, I will talk about the leadership review, and I will also talk about what I think was very wrong with the Conservative Party up to now. I think now they are shifting in the right direction, but to go back to it. So I think I should start by saying up to now, up to 2026, I think the Conservative, they didn't know how to steer the wheel. They didn't know how to form government. And one of the biggest issue, I believe, is with the previous Conservative, because now they changed it. But after Stephen Harper, we went through leaders after leaders. We had Andrew Scheer. He failed. He got removed as leader. We got Erin O'Toole. He also failed and he got removed as a leader. So what's going on? We lost two different leaders in a row. And let's be honest, Erin O'Toole was center-left. He agreed with the government on pretty much everything. And that's why he didn't form government. Like, he wasn't reaching out to the true Conservative base. I think he was reaching out to some of the Conservative because you cannot have seats if you don't really get your Conservative share. But I think a lot of the conservative, when it was O'Toole, and I heard that from many different conservative voices out there, they didn't vote for Erin O'Toole. So they voted NDP, they voted PPC, they voted something else, but they didn't vote conservative. This is what's going on when you get someone that's center left, when every parties are center left or far left. So that's what's going on. So for 10 years now, I think one of the biggest reasons why conservatives didn't form government is how they changed leader from leader. I think Andrew Scheer should have stayed, and he should have tried again, and maybe try another strategy in the next election. And then if he fails, sure, take him out. After 2 failures, maybe you should give the shot at someone else. Erin O'Toole, on the other end, I fully understand why he was taken out, because let's be honest, he wasn't a true conservative, and it doesn't work. But I still think Andrew Scheer, they took him out too soon. And it's sad because I think he's a great MP. I enjoy his intervention and his speeches. He was really good. And now, let's get into it. Now they fixed that because Pierre Poilievre got a leadership review. He didn't step down because he wanted to fight in round 2. That's amazing. So that leadership review is basically a big meeting that lasts for an entire weekend, and you got a lot of delegates, and they are basically party member, and they are in certain ridings, and they need to go at that convention, and they basically vote on different aspects of Pierre Poilievre, and he needs to get as high a percent as you can get to show everyone your party still believes in you. And to give you an idea, last time we had that was with Erin O'Toole, but I think he was taken out before even having his. I might be wrong on that, but the last meaningful leadership review was with Stephen Harper in 2000. I think that was 2004, just before he formed government. He failed, but he got that leadership review, and his was 84%. And now Pierre Poilievre won his leadership review with 87. That means the entire party stand by him, and that's amazing because now he will get a second shot. Maybe this time around we will finally form government. Hopefully we will. I see patterns with just before Stephen Harper came in. Give a few months of like liberals saying they do stuff, but they don't. And maybe some of the swing voter will wake up and they will be like, you know what, I will go back to the NDP, or I will go to the conservative, or I will go to like anything but the liberals. And maybe the support for the liberals will kind of start falling apart. Because it was starting before the Davos nonsense speech that, again, Dragon said, oh, outside of Canada, nobody took it seriously. Well, this is what happened. They rose up. Now they are quite high. But, yeah. So, that's the leadership review. He won, and there's a speech, and let's hear about that speech. We won't hear the entire thing. We will only hear the start of it, so I will screen share one moment. There we go. So that was like a big speech that happened January 30. And let's get into it.
Thank you.
Merci beaucoup tout le monde.
Thank you, everyone.
Everybody.
Merci beaucoup tout le monde.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you, Anna.
Valentina and Cruz.
La mère de mes 2 enfants, Martina and Cruz.
Most of all.
There was a weird translation there. So he was basically saying, thank you, Anna, the mother of my kids, and thank you, Anna. So that's the start of his speech. So you can really see the more human side right now in that speech. And hopefully a lot of people that thinks Pierre Poilievre is Trump, they should look at that. He doesn't talk like Trump. He feels like a genuine and honest person that has good intention, and he breeds hope.
thank you to the great grassroots Conservatives who work and unite here today. And welcome to my hometown of Calgary. Conservatives from all over the country. Who's excited to be in Calgary in January? We're tough, we can take it. A little bit of regional advice for our Atlantic friends. Try the steak, not the seafood. For those of you from the Eastern Prairies, sorry to block your view with the mountains. To our friends in Toronto, enjoy your time outside of the center of the universe.
I like that one.
I love seeing so many Conservatives in one place, but it must freak the Liberals out enough to invoke the Emergencies Act. But truly, it's great to be home in the beating heart of the West, a land filled with treasure, land of oil and honey. The place that taught me my great values, opportunity as big as the sky, where a handshake and a word is a man's bond, and where a hard day's work is its own sermon. My parents taught me the value of a dollar here in Calgary. My mother could sure stretch one. She's here over there. And she could stretch a dollar, that's for sure. My mother was one of those people who would literally drive clear across town to use one of those coupons to save half price on breakfast. And my dad would have me up at 5 in the morning to deliver newspapers. We weren't rich, but life was good. That was the deal. Work hard, start anywhere, get anywhere. That's what the country promised us all. A hopeful life, a safe home, a full table, a family you love, a flag that united. That's the country that we love. We call it the Canadian Promise, the deal. The professors might call it the social contract. The people have kept their part of that bargain, working hard, spending less, following the rules. But unfortunately, the government has not kept its part of the bargain. Right now, as we gather, families are struggling to do the math. Young people are wondering if they'll ever have a job or a home. Worried parents are sitting at kitchen tables with empty fridges and empty bank accounts. And seniors worry that their savings might not last as long as their days.
Which is tragic because Canada used to be a powerhouse. Canada used to have great standard of living. And now for those who don't speak French, in the background, we got choose hope. This is the message of the Conservative. So when you end up saying, oh, the Conservative are so divisive, how? Tell me how, because right now they are telling people to choose hope because the Liberals obviously don't really preach to hope. They preach to fear and they preach to, oh yeah, you need to accept your really bad fate because Canada sucks. This is the way the Liberals are thinking. And the way the Conservatives are, it's like, you can change things if you want to. You can have the best life. Just like your parents, just like your grandparents in the past, but you need to choose it. It's so awful. I can't believe someone can come out and being honest about saying, oh, he's divisive. No, I'm sorry, but no. Well. Let's play more of that. I'm curious to hear more. I didn't hear the full speech. I heard clips and stuff, so let's play more of that.
This Liberal government doesn't just leave people behind. It prices and shuts out youth from homes, workers from jobs, and families from groceries. Simply put, Canadians cannot afford life under the Liberal government. The government is literally the biggest item in a family budget today. It takes up more money than food, clothing, and shelter combined. The cost of government is driving up the cost of living. Taxes and record money printing deficits are inflating everything. It's no coincidence, therefore, that as the Liberal government doubled the debt, housing costs, and
That'll even increase. You know why? That rebate on groceries are doing. Some of these market and some of these grocery store, they will just increase the price because they're like, oh, they have more money, so let's make them pay more. And that extra money doesn't come out of thin air. It will come up from our pocket through inflation and other taxes.
Food bank lineups doubled at the very same time. Now, they promised that all these deficits were going to lead to investments. You know, it's kind of like the old magicians who said that they could turn lead into gold. But those deficits never became investments. In fact, Canada has had the worst investment and the worst growth in the G7 over the last 10 years. Amazingly, Canadian citizens, this is an incredible fact, Canadian citizens now open more businesses in the United States of America than they do in their home country. That's elbows out. And
I like it. Elbows out? Are you kidding me? This is flipping that freaking dialogue on its head. Because that's freaking true. I've heard so many Canadians being like, yeah, I'm out. Canada is cooked, so I will go live elsewhere. And I will be honest with all of you. I feel the same. If Alberta separates, I'm moving there. Hell, I'd even say if Quebec separates, the irony is maybe I will go like in Saskatchewan or another of these provinces because I know the Liberals won't have the kind of hold they have right now on Canada. And you know what? Please, Alberta, separate. I want hope. Let's play more of that.
taxpayers spend more on federal debt interest than on health care. That's more money for bondholders and bankers than for nurses and doctors.
And more money
Liberal
for
laws have
Brookfield.
unleashed crime. Out of control, open borders, immigration has overwhelmed healthcare, housing, and job markets. Cancel culture and identity politics divide Canadians. Separatist movements are reawakened. After 10 years of Liberal rule, Canada is more costly and crime-ridden, dangerous and dependent and divided than ever before. Now,
and what's
Mr.
the
Carney-
power? Wait. Let me ask you this. Dear Liberal voter, if you end up watching my stream, who has been in power for 10 years? Did they really help to fix the people being divided? Hell no. They're the one saying, oh, opposition shouldn't exist. Opposition should stop being divisive while they only spill the truth. And who said the trucker were the demons and the bad guys incarnate? Again, the Liberals. The Liberals demonize anything that doesn't fall in line with what they believe. Only a Liberal can accept a Liberal. Or I should say, the Liberal will only accept another Liberal. Because if you're a conservative, you're vile. You shouldn't exist. So, let's play more.
he promised to change all that. But here we are a year later. You know, what's changed? Sure, the words have changed, the style has changed, but what's changed in your life, really? Well, let's go down the list. The illusion, Mr. Carney said he would spend less. He's spending $90 billion more, and he doubled the deficit that he inherited. The illusion, Mr. Carney said, a country that cannot feed itself has few options. Well, food inflation has doubled under his watch, and it's the worst in the G7. Groceries will cost the average family an almost unimaginable $17,600 this year. That's after-tax money. The illusion, build, baby, build. The reality has been block, baby, block. He hasn't got rid of a single anti-development law or bureaucracy.
By the way, just saying, he is right on that. And the Liberals, they fuel separation. They fuel separation, and they call Alberta traitors. And you know what they do? They speak about a post-national state. And you know what? That post-national state, it doesn't fly high with Quebec that want to separate for the language. And because let's be honest, the Liberals, they keep infringing, they keep trampling over Quebec sovereignty. They keep making decisions they shouldn't be making for Quebec. That's why Quebec wants to separate. Quebec wants to deal its own money. Quebec wants to preserve language, and they want to control better the immigration. And they're not getting that with the Liberals, yet they will still vote the freaking Liberals. It's beyond me. I don't understand. But again, who is divisive? Who called traitors each movement that went against the establishment? It's the Liberal, as usual. They are the one that divide.
New pipelines law, still here. And by the way, speaking of pipelines, how many of them are approved? 0. Yet 10 ans.
10 years ago, before the Liberals came, the deal, the social contract, that if you work hard, you can make a good living, you have a good salary and buy a fine house and start a family. But today, living in Canada is more expensive. And Mr. Carney has promised that it will be judged by groceries cost. Well, Canada has the worst inflation for food amongst the G7, and the average family will have to spend almost $18,000 to eat this year.
Mr. Carney doubled the deficit he inherited while your taxes keep going up. Young people can no longer afford a home. With the Liberals, Canada has become a country of renters, not a nation of homeowners. Mr. Carney promised change. And he did change some things, the tone, the style, the words. But since he became Prime Minister, have things really changed in your lives? Is your life costing any less? Mr. Carney loves to make big speeches around the world, but he's forcing Canadians to pay more here. Clearly, Mr. Carney talks big outside the country, but does little inside the country.
I got a funny paradox for you. I got a bit of a funny paradox for you. He imposes taxes and red tape on home building, resource development, and businesses. Then he creates new bureaucracies to subsidize home building, resource development, and businesses. He taxes food production, and then he creates new programs for food subsidies. In every case, he blocks and taxes a thing and then subsidizes that same thing.
And I will ask you this. Is it letting the free market be free? Is it is it the classical liberal way of doing things? Is it libertarian to decide how the money should be spent and where it should be used? Or that kind of intervention doesn't go against freedom in general, because the government needs to step in, because apparently all of these business, they crumble and they're overtaxed because the government wants more money out of them. I don't know, I feel like modern day liberal are no longer so liberal. They only use that good sounding name to push their policies, but they're not firm believer anymore. They are late stage liberalism, as Dragon said so many times on the show. So let's play more of that.
As President Reagan says, if a liberal sees something that moves, he taxes it. If it keeps moving, he regulates it. And when it stops moving, he subsidizes it. But why not just get out of the way and let things move? Well, because then there'd be no role for him. no photo op, no power. If everyone could just get up and do great things without him, he would be less relevant. The government would be less important. This way, you have to give him your money and then come ask for some of it back. And he can claim that he's building the thing that he's blocking. The cost of the benefit is seen in the form of his photo ops and political power, but the cost is paid by the homeowner who can't build a home, the carpenter who never gets a job building it, and the family that never gets to move in, or the entrepreneur who never launches the business, or the senior who, because of all these extra costs, has to choose between eating and heating. These costs are so often unseen.
If that flew over your head, I think it's genius. It was basically saying eating like I eat and eating like being warm. I think that slogan is great. It's far better than elbows up, elbows up. I can't believe people voted for this crap, and they will most likely vote again for that.
Even more often, so too are the people paying them. But my message to those people who have felt unseen for too long, who are carrying the country on their back and feel underappreciated and overworked, conservatives see you, and conservatives will fight for you.
This is Alberta. This is Saskatchewan. Look at that.
Thank you.
It's still a big room filled with people with hope for the future. I like it.
Thank you. Thank you. The people need the government off their backs, out of their way, and by their sides. When I become Prime Minister, these great Canadians will not need to ask my permission to succeed. Business.
This is a word only a Prime Minister that's truly a libertarian can say. I feel like our Conservative Party of Canada is far more a libertarian party than a conservative party. And I think it's a good thing. So people should actually start thinking for themselves and stop saying and thinking, oh, the conservatives are far right. We got the PPC far right. The PPC are poorly performing. They most likely will vanish in the next election.
Business will get ahead by having the best product, not the best lobbyist, by pleasing customers, not pleasing politicians. I love you too. Thank you. We have the most amazing patriots, the most amazing people in this party, do. Thank God for the grassroots of the Conservative Party. And the great people of our country are, as I go around and I meet the people of this country, and I spend half my time doing that and half my time on Parliament Hill, it's become very clear to me that the common people, not the ordinary people, the extraordinary people, they have all the wisdom and the virtue to make their own decisions and run their own lives. They don't need to be bossed around by government. Our government is here to do its job. Only the things that people can't do for themselves, not run your life. In fact, if I were starting a new political party from scratch, I'm not. But if I were, it would be called the Mind Your Own Damn Business Party. It would be. That includes respecting the constitutional jurisdiction of our provinces and getting the federal government to butt out of the affairs of Albertans and Quebecers and other Canadians, to make room, have a smaller government that makes room for the dignity of work and the soft, strong bonds of family. It was by fighting for these principles. Thank you. It was by fighting for these principles and giving hope to the common people that we won the most votes in our party's history, 2.5 million more votes and 25 more seats, often we won these votes in places that had never voted Conservative before. And now it is clear Conservatives are the party of workers, including union workers, small business owners.
For
and
now,
young
the
people.
NDP tried to get them back, but I don't think that was free.
Have you seen the youth delegation at this convention? It is amazing. You know, in the past, when I was growing up, we would go to a Conservative convention and you'd look out at the crowd and it would be the Great White North, white hair everywhere. And we love the people with white hair, the wisdom that they share with all of us, but we also need a party that's infused with young people. And on that front, we are the youngest party and the oldest party.
So, we are back, and I will say this. The next segment will be quite unique. And the reason is, well, we had a convention, and because we had a convention, well, there's a new platform. And we will go over some of the platform. And I will talk about it a little bit, and I will screen share the platform. But I will start by saying NDP member Alexandre Boulris, a guy in Montreal, one of the last few NDP remaining, he went to the convention. Apparently, I don't know how true this was, but he basically said, "Yeah, I went to the convention. I ended up reading the platform and the plan for the Conservative." And he was basically slandering and saying every far left point you can think of. And he was also speaking pro-choice aspect to go against pro-life. And he basically spread misinformation. He said, oh yeah, abortion is back on the platform. And from the get-go, I was like, that's suspicious. And I really wanted to dig deep and look into for myself, and I found the answer, and it was lying. So the NDP guy was trying to rile up people against the Conservative by using the fear of no longer being free to do abortion if they wanted. And this is why now there's a segment on this stream where we talk about the platform. We won't go over the 100 plus points. We will go with the start of it, because I think when you start with something, that means that's the stuff you value the most. And then we will cover abortion, because I think people have misconception about abortion. The last Conservative leader that addressed abortion was Brian Mulroney in the 80s. That's a long time ago. Yet, because the Liberals fearmonger, because the NDP fearmonger, lots of people still believe the Conservative want to ban abortion. And I had very valid counter-arguments, and people were like, oh, they won't support pro-choice stuff because a lot of them are pro-life. Sure, but like, you got 4 other parties that are in support of that. And I think having a diversity of opinion on every matter matters. And I will speak for myself, but I think abortion sucks. I am a pro-life guy. But here's the thing. I will have a very nuanced discussion on that. I don't think the government should have the power to control that. I don't think they should mind rewind. They should mind their own business. I don't think it's a good idea for a government that tries to be more libertarian to actually go in people's life and say you cannot do abortion anymore. That's exactly how I feel. And I think I will also add this. You can be responsible. Like, I had several girlfriends. I slept around like in the past, long time ago, and I protected myself because I didn't want kids. And you know what? I didn't have kids, and that's a good thing, you know? Be responsible. That's my message. The other thing is, if you have a very bad accident, you know what you can do? You can put your kid to adoption. So many parents, they want kids, but they can't have kids. Adoption is a great thing. So I'd say you should really consider protecting yourself. And if you really have that accident, put your kids to adoption. Every life matters. That's how I feel. And again, I will repeat myself. I think the government shouldn't be the one making the calls on that matter. I don't think it's appropriate for a government to take that kind of decision. I think it goes to the people. As a person, I am pro-life, but as a government approach, I think being pro-choice is far better, because that's none of the government business what you do with your life, with your body. That's exactly how I feel. That's what I think on the matter. So he's asking tail end. We are about to end this. So again, I will screen share the platform. We won't go over all 100 plus points, but we will go over a lot of them. So governing the documents. So actually, it's not the right one. It's this one, I believe. There we go. Can we see everything? Yes, we can see everything. So we will cover the start of it again. I will repeat myself. This shall be the start. And we will cover the abortion aspect because there's so much misinformation I don't like. We will debunk this. So we will start with the funding principle. So you can see this part of the stream is like a crash course through conservative under Pierre Poilievre during the Conservative Convention. So this is the official document. I will be linking every video and every document in the description below, so everyone after the stream can look this up. So let's get into it. Founding principle: the Conservative Party will be guided in its constitutional framework and its policy basis by the following principle. So we talk about policies right now, and it's over soon. So I'm distracted. I can multitask to some extent. So let's start this by saying a belief in balance between fiscal responsibility, compassionate social policy that empowers the less fortunate by promotion, self-reliance, and equality of opportunity, and the rights and responsibilities of individual families and free association. Long story short, this is what it means. They will not really tear apart your social fabric, your social net, safety net, social safety net. They will try to preserve as much as they can, but they want people to have independence. So they won't be the big government type that will pour money in everything so people can be held by the government. But they may most likely maintain some of the social program already available. They may help some of the province with medical stuff and schools and that kind of stuff. I'm sure they will keep the lights up in some of the organization and some of the expense. I think what they are trying to say is we want to be fiscally responsible, but we don't want to ruin the social safety net Canada is known to be. And what it means is, well, if we can get our spending under control. That means prosperity because we will have more money to use in every program if we actually generate more money. I think that's the big thing, and I think the end is really about, we will make it clear to everyone, we are libertarian. You are free of association with whoever you want. We are the party of the freedom now because apparently the liberals are no longer about that. So let's read out the next one. The goal of building a national coalition of people who share these beliefs and will reflect the regional, cultural, and socio-economic diversity of Canada. So you're saying we want to try to embrace diversity as long as it aligns with our values, which feels very much in the conservative realm. I like that. Next up, the goal of developing this coalition, embracing our difference and respecting our tradition, yet honoring a concept of Canada as the greater sum of parts. Very interesting. The Conservative Party of Canada will operate in a manner accountable and responsible to its member. And I think it's very different from the Liberals. It really feels like they got everything that the Liberal got wrong, and now they place it in a way where Conservative will do the opposite. They won't follow through whatever the Liberals are trying to push. Next up, a belief of loyalty to a sovereign and united Canada. Who speaks about being divisive and divided? Always the Liberals. Now we speak about the united and a sovereign Canada. So that means they want us to no longer rely on anyone. And they want to follow the Constitution because they say, in accordance with the Constitution of Canada, the supremacy of democratic parliamentary institution and the rule of law. And I think the rule of law has been lost by the Liberals. Because I mean, oh, look at that immigrant that has a very sad backstory. Oh yeah, he ended people's lives with a truck, but he can't stay in the country because India sucks. That sounds very racist, but it's exactly all they think in our freaking stupid court system. Now they want to stop that. Like, if you hit someone with a truck, they will just deport you. And this is all it should be. Like, if you cannot behave well in a society, if you cannot integrate that society, why are you even there in the first place? Don't be a leech. Maybe I sound crazy. I don't know. Like, I know every Liberal will lose their mind in the way I speak and think, but I don't care. A belief in the value and dignity of all human life. I cannot agree more. It's amazing. I like these core things I'm reading right now. A belief in the equality of all Canadians. And we got the far left that preaches and screams about equity everywhere. What about equality? I think equality has always been better than equity. It's funny how someone brought a very interesting equity thing with the fence. Oh yeah, equity is if someone cannot see through the fence, we will put bricks underneath. I was like, you know what? Equity? Sure. Okay, I can flip the script and make equity look bad. So in history, you got the woman being the oppressed and the oppressor being the man. So now equity means now you discard every man resume and you let a woman take that place because equity. Does she really deserve that job? Or is it just because she is considered to be a victim and therefore she should have that job? Now you flip the switch on that. It's not about like fairness. It's about, oh yeah, that person is now the one that has the lead and the advantage, and now the other one that was in a good position is no longer in a good position. That kind of sucks. I think that equity thing is BS the moment you can flip the script, the way I just mentioned. So when I see equality like that, and it's not equity, it's equality, I like it. I dig it. More of that, please. I'm so tired with equity. I'm sorry, but like, you can flip it in the wrong way. And equality, how can you truly flip it the wrong way the way I did with equity? I don't see any ways. I don't see any ways you can say equality can turn out to be bad. Everyone has the same opportunity. Everyone can be prosperous. And if you mess up, you can fail. And that's fine. That's equality for you. Anyway, next up, a belief in the freedom of the individual, including freedom of speech, worship, and assembly and association. You see, I agree with all of that. And you see, this goes back to what I was mentioning. I am pro-life, but I don't think the government should meddle in that. I don't think the government should place any bans on that. And that belief of freedom, including speech, worship, and assembly and association, I think we can add choice of pregnancy or abortion, whatever. They didn't add it because, of course, that's the conservative and that would look very bad. But I mean, I think it follows the same very nice guideline. You are free to keep or not your kids. That's exactly how I feel. So yeah, I enjoy that. And again, government shouldn't be regulating the freaking abortion stuff. A belief in our constitutional monarchy, the institution of parliament, and a democratic process. I like that. A belief in the federal system government as the best expression of diversity of our country and in its desirability of strong provincial and territorial government, where all must be treated so that the constitution boundaries of governance between the federal and provincial authorities are respected for mutual and national benefits. For those who don't really understand what's going on, what he says in that segment, in that paragraph, is he doesn't want a federal government that oversteps the provinces. He wants a overall of the country and the provinces, but he doesn't want to meddle in every province. He doesn't want to say, you know what, you cannot act that way, Quebec, you cannot act that way, Alberta. No, I think that goes back to the United Canada message they had earlier. That's consistent. Let the province be province. Let the province do their work. More freedom. Less centralized control. And again, that's very populist. I like it. Enough of the globalist nonsense. Okay. Next up. A belief that English and French have equality of status and equal rights and privilege as to their use in all institutions of the Parliament, Government of Canada. I don't see the Liberals having that kind of statement there, because they value French and English equally. There's no Punjabi language, there's no Indian language, there's no African language, there's no Mandarin. There are two languages, French and English. I like it. Again, enough of the globalist BS. We speak French or English. Our institution will be in French or English. I agree 100%. Next up would be a belief that the best guarantor of prosperity and well-being of the people of Canada are the freedom of individual Canadians to pursue their enlightened and legitimate self-interest within a free competitive economy. So this crushes any communist that want communist is basically saying we want free market here. And maybe this implies they will get rid of supply management. I don't know. I won't overreach with that. But that could be interesting. Now I understand. Supply management really helps the farmer. Yeah, but it doesn't help the wallet, first of all, and second, if we talk about free market, we cannot talk about supply management. I'm sorry, they don't mash together. I think supply management works very well in a communist society, but it just doesn't work in a capitalist community. And I'm sorry, but capitalism has been proven to work better than whatever communist is trying to do. Russia tried their regime for like, I don't know how long, but they were never as strong as the USA. They were never capitalists. And China, it's kind of funny because they started doing well when they started to open up their market in a way where they could use other people in a more capitalist. So the communists from China are like a mixture of like communism and like capitalists, because they are a country that want to access the free markets of others, but it doesn't open its market to others. So again, by having that free market, no more supply management, it shows you're very different. The freedom of individual Canadian enjoy the fruit of their labor to the greatest possible extent. The right to own property, something the Liberals want to take away. I like it. So there's a lot of other things I won't get through because I want to cover some of the other thing. Role of government. I think that's amazing. The Conservative Party believes the role of government is to 1. Protect the lives and property of its citizens. 2. Ensure equality of opportunity. I like it. Number 3. Foster an environment where individual and private initiative can prosper. Something that's not going on right now. But hey, this is what they seek for. I see that platform, and I'm sure some of the left-leaning read that. If they are very far left, they would lose their mind. But if they're like more like center-left, they'd be like, you know what? That's actually common sense. Why aren't we doing that already? Next up would be ensure the security of our nation borders and the safety of our citizens at home and abroad. I like it. Provide services to Canadians that cannot be provided more efficiently and effectively by individual or by private sector. And the last one, maintain and enhance national infrastructure. You know what this means? This means if we finally get the Conservative in power, we get a pipeline. There's no playing around with the MOU that we don't intend on following through, unlike the freaking Liberals. They want to maintain the infrastructure. They want to promote it. They want to build it. So we will cover these because they seem like amazing stuff. And then I think we will jump in some of the policies, except if I see other great titles like these two. Ministerial accountability is something that we are lacking because the Liberals keep blaming Trump and the Conservative instead of like being accountable to what they did for 10 years. A fundamental component of parliamentary government is ministerial accountability to Parliament. The Conservative Party is determined to enforce parliamentary principle of government accountability. So, in other words, we will admit we are wrong when we are wrong, and we will let other people use some scrutiny on us, which is amazing. I like it. We believe that ministers should continue to have authority and be accountable for the policies that they implement and the administrative action of their department. So what it means, if your country is not really safe, your safety minister is to blame. It should be the way it is. If your country is a mess, it's because of you. If you are the government, of course. I like it. So next up, public service excellence. The Conservative Party believes that all Canadians deserve an efficient, effective, and independent professional public service. We believe the government should build upon the whistleblowing protection legislation to ensure that those who expose corruption and wrongdoing are protected from reprisal. We continue to support any measure which enhance public service effectiveness and accountability. I see why they are doing it. I see what they are saying. So basically what they're saying is, we got whistleblower people. They got in trouble in the past. We seek to protect them now if you guys elect us. And that's amazing. I've heard so many stories. Like, there was a public servant at some point. He realized it was opening mails of people. And when he realized maybe that was government overreach, what he was asked for, he was changed to another department. And eventually he tried to seek out for parliament to see, like, they asked weird stuff, and there was an investigation and all, and it was very weird. But basically that whistleblower got in trouble because he spoke the truth, and he was like asking the question to the wrong people, and that wrong people like bench him. And that's like, there are so many stories like that. And you can also imply that to foreign interference with these freaking Chinese police station that make sure that no one criticize Xi Jinping, the big dictator. Okay, next up, we believe that public service benefits and pensions should be comparable to those of similar employees in the private sectors, and to the extent that they are not, they should be made comparable to such private sector benefits and pension in future contract negotiation. So what it means is, if conservatives get in power, they will make sure it's as good to work the public service than it is the private service. That means probably a lot of the money they will have, their budget will go in the pension of public servants, or even the pays of these public servants. And that sounds amazing. That sounds actually like very much left-leaning. I won't say far left, but like, that's interesting. I enjoy it. I'm on board with that. Audit of the role of Treasury Board, I like it. So there are so many great things about that. I will speak about number 6 because I think it's very important, and 7. All of that platform is amazing. I can't believe Alexandre Boulris from the NDP just criticized that platform. It's wonderful. I can't bet the guy didn't even read the entire thing. He just spewed like NDP bullet points and talking points. Okay, number 6, empowering the Ethics Commissioner. The Conservative Party believes in empowering the Ethics Commissioner with more punitive option for repeat offenders of the Conflict of Interest Acts, as it applies to MPs and senators to ensure compliance. You know why it's going on? It's because of the Liberals again. For 10 years they've been in power. They abused, they broke the system. Carney has 103 plus conflict of interest, yet he's still in power. I feel like they want an overhaul of that. They want to fix it. I don't know if they will, but that sounds cool on paper. Access to information. The Conservative Party advocate regular independent reviews of Canada access to information system, making a world-class, open, timely, and accountable with greater automatic enforcement, including mandatory penalties and payable by any institution subject to the Access to Information Act for breach of statutory deadline or complaints upheld by the Office of the Information Commissioner. So, long story short, they want the people that don't want to be clear. They want the people that try to conceal information, that block the access of information, to be punished. And it's amazing. We are in a democracy. We should be able to have access to every information. And those who block right now are like roaming free, and they can do whatever they want. Not under Conservative watch, apparently. I like it. Okay, so there's a Senate reform I like. The Conservative Party supports the election of senator, a little bit like the USA, and that'd be amazing. The Conservative Party believes in an equal Senate to address the uneven distribution of Canada population and to provide a balance to safeguard regional interests. We believe that wherever the people of a province or territory by democratic election choose persons qualified to be appointed to the Senate, the government should continue its practice of filling any vacancy in the Senate for that province or territory from among those elected persons. So basically what's going on? Our Senate system is broken. Our Senate system is the House of Lords, and it's basically the party in power that basically appoints the senator. And the senator have so much power. Like, if they don't like what the House is trying to push, they can block it. Or they can actually push stuff to the House. And then the House can do whatever with that. But as of right now, because we had the Liberals for 10 plus years, we lost many Conservative Senate member. I think there's like 100 something Senate member. I think it's like 110, 113, something like that. And there's 13 Conservative in the bunch. The rest are either Liberal or Independent. There's no NDP whatsoever in the bunch. I think it's really bad. I strongly disagree with the NDP, but I feel like they should be in the Senate as well. They are a different party that have different beliefs than the Liberals, even if they really blur that line poorly in recent years. They have a voice. They have elected members. They should be in the Senate. So for the Conservative to push to say, you know what, we should have reform at the Senate and have the Senate people being elected instead of appointed by the Prime Minister is amazing. I feel like even some of the leftists would agree with that. Will they do this? I don't know. Let them be in power and decide after. And there's a big electoral reform. I don't want to get through that one because I want to speak about some of the policies. I like respecting private property. We need more of that, respecting the law. This is common sense, folks. Free speech. They stand for that, and they don't want censorship. I enjoy that document so much. It's amazing. So let's read out about equalization. Equalization is an essential component of Canada nation building efforts. The Conservative Party believes that provinces and territories should be able to provide comparable public service at comparable levels of taxation. Therefore, we support an equalization formula and a territorial financing formula which are fair to every jurisdiction and which promote economic growth. So equalization payment is basically some of the rich province give money to other province based on how much oil, how much mineral you got. So Alberta is the big one that pays the most and they receive the least. And it's fascinating because Quebec is kind of very much self-sufficient, yet they still get so much of these stupid payments, and yet they still want to separate. It baffles my mind. So yeah, they want to look into that, I guess. So there's a lot of things. And I won't go over all 100 things. So now we will skip through a lot of things because there's a very important one. I think that's the most important one. The abortion thing, I think, is probably the most important one because there's so much misinformation. let's do this. You know what? We covered that. We will cover 85, 86, 87, because I think these three are wonderful. And these three really go against the current establishment. So number 1, 85, assisted human reproduction and related research. The Conservative Party recognizes the need for federal regulation in assisted human reproduction and related research. This field should be governed by principle that respect human individuality, integrity, and dignity in life. In recognition of the ethical and scientific concerns around research using humans' embryos, we support an initial 3 years prohibition on embryonic research and call on the federal government to encourage its granting agencies to focus on more promising adult postnatal stem cell research. I don't know much about that one, but that's interesting. So I guess they want to use stem cell research. That's interesting. Okay, abortion legislation. So that one is peak. A conservative government will not support any legislation to regulate abortion. Do I need to repeat that? This is from an official source on the Conservative Party platform. They use that to decide if poilievre is a great leader or not for the party. So this is coming down his school of thoughts. I will repeat again. A conservative government will not support any legislation to regulate abortion. Again, I consider myself a pro-life person, but I also don't like how the government try to mind everyone's business but their own. I don't like when the government is telling you what to do. Therefore, if we speak about laws and how they operate and how they are decided, I am pro-choice because I don't want the government to tell my wife if she can have an abortion or not. I don't want the government to tell my kids if they end up being pregnant they can have an abortion or not. And I will repeat myself. I'm pro-life, but that's none of the government business whether you're pro-life or pro-choice. So when I read that, abortion legislation, a conservative government will not support any legislation to regulate abortion. It's wonderful. It debunks all of the fear-monger from the leftists, all of the misinformation telling, oh, if the conservatives are in power, they will put a ban on abortion. Heck no. I will share with all of the misinformed Quebecers, because it's mostly Quebecers that are misinformed on that. I will share with them that document. I took screenshots, so it's very easier for me to access that and share that. So you see, Quebec, stop thinking what the media wants you to think. If the conservatives are in power, they will ban abortion. No. Right now, they won't support any legislation to regulate abortion. I said it 4 times. This is proven. Again, you will find the document in the description below. So each time there's a not case that's telling me, oh, it's far right. Heck no. Oh, is it far right? Like, it's not part of their platform. They mention it because everyone mentions it. But like, they're like, we are not touching it, folks. And I will also add this. Stephen Harper held power for 9 years. He fought some of his caucus members that were pro-life, and he said, no, I'm not letting you having it your way. He had a majority with the Senate and the chamber. And he didn't implement anything that infringed on freaking abortion stuff. Because if a government in Canada tried to push for abortion regulation and laws, that government is cooked. they will need to rebrand and find another name. So that's what I wanted to say. Now, euthanasia. That's the last one. I think it's very important because I've heard so many awful things. Apparently, MAID use like really bad substance that shouldn't be used for that, but they still do it because it's cheaper and because that's an entire business, and it's cheaper to end people's lives than to have them on like the health system and the hospitals and the CHSLD and that kind of stuff. So what happens? Well, let's make easy people to off themselves. Okay. Let's get into the stance of the Conservative Party on that. In principle, the Conservative Party opposes euthanasia and assisted self-deletion to remain user-friendly. Furthermore, we oppose the extension of euthanasia and assisted offing made to minor to people who are not competent and people who live with psychological suffering, mental illness, and people not terminally ill. Their natural death is not reasonably foreseeable. We oppose MAID for people living with disabilities or mental illness seeking to die based on poverty, homelessness, or inability to receive medical treatment. Euthanasia must not be an abandonment of people living with genuine needs. A moment of silence for that. I respect that stance. I agree 100%. Because what the Liberal have been doing, they pushed it, they pushed MAID so much. It's crazy. Like you have a broken, like I don't know, broken ankle. And they'll tell you, oh yeah, it's faster if you get MAID instead of like getting that surgery for your ankle. This is the state of Canada. Like a few months ago, we had a woman, she was on her 30s and she had the illness that was really bad, but it just made her life miserable. And the treatment were quite simple, but the waiting lists were so long that she was offered MAID because it's faster. Excuse me, she was in her 30s. She could have contributed to society, and you're telling me you take MAID that's faster than waiting the wait list for your surgery you need? What kind of Orwellian BS there is right now? That story grew big because basically one American said, oh yeah, your story is very sad. I will fly you in the USA and I will give you the proper treatment. And thanks to whoever said that and did that in the USA, the woman did exactly that and she was cured and she is still alive now. But if she really listened to her beloved Liberal government, she would have offed herself at like 30-ish years old. Like, it's how bad it has become. And the horror stories about MAID I've heard. Like, sometimes they give you the pill. It doesn't even end your life. You're suffering so much, but it does so much damage that if they don't finish you off themselves by choking you, you will have an even more miserable life after. So what's happened? Oh, the medication didn't work. Let's choke the person until they die. What a peaceful death, right? You think it's a joke? Like, you think it's a joke? I don't. Like, it's sad. Canada is a very sad place, and this is because of the so-called Liberals. They caused that, and I feel like the Conservatives, they have the answer. Now, I will sound like a shill, so I will say that to stop sounding like a shill. Hopefully, they will implement what they said. That platform, if they implement it, Canada will be great again. I stole that word from the USA. And I don't care if you folks call me Maple MAGA. I don't care. I believe in a strong Canada. I think Canada can be the best place to live in the world. Otherwise, I won't be here. I think I would have already left for the USA. The issue is the current government. And we will see if there's change. If the Conservative gets in power, will the things really change? I don't know, but I want to see it. I want to be hopeful. I want to think, you know what, the Conservative are different than the Liberals. They will deliver on that promise. I have hope. And that's why I believe in the Conservative. That's why I stay in Canada right now. I see that platform. I like it. It resonates with me. It sounds like common sense. I'm not against MAID if someone is terminally ill and they just want to die when they choose to instead of just dying because like your system lets you down. I think it's fine. But like having teenager on MAID, are you kidding me? Your life is starting and they're telling you, yeah, you should get MAID. Or, oh, the waiting list is too long. You should get MAID. I hate that thought process. And again, it goes from Orwell 1984. I keep hearing about that. I understand the reference. I want to read that book. I'm sure it's dead on, it's spot on. Anyway, that was a heavy stream. I enjoyed my time. Unfortunately, we didn't get the dragon back. Anyway, if you like that kind of comments or that kind of content, you know what to do. Like, comment, and subscribe. So what's going on the channel next? We finished Metroid Prime 4 Beyond. We will have some Splinter Cell. And we will finish Fallout discussion very soon. And at some point in February, we talk about Lucifer and Preacher. There's so much going on. And oh, by the way, I've also seen the great movie Send Help. And I will review that as well this week at some point. Or maybe the other week. I will be very late at the party, but I don't care. With that being said, that was the show of today. Thank you for sticking around. And for anyone that's watching the playback, you will find the timestamps and the links of everything we covered. Have a great one and take care. See you soon.